And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, an edition of the Korean StarCraft League KSL week number 52. I'm of course Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players, plushies, and people in the chat as well. Hello, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, everyone? Welcome to something a little bit different. I say a little bit different. This is becoming a little bit more frequent. I do apologize, but the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, is usually on Saturdays. Every second Saturday, every 2 weeks, we have a KSL, and usually it's on Saturdays, but on Saturday we were otherwise unavailable. If you remember, on Saturday we were casting the House Galactic Battle. We were casting an all-day LAN event. There was a LAN event going on in Poland. Siema, papi, siema. Did see you in the chat. But there was a LAN event happening in Poland, and because of that, we were busy covering that. It lasted the entire day. It was a 12-hour cast, or 13-hour cast, and because of that, we missed out. We missed out on the KSL. We weren't able to cast it live, but I'm here to go over those replays. So again, for full transparency, this is a replay cast. These events happened less than a week ago, and I'm ready to catch up. There is a bracket command in the chat. Be careful of spoilers, as there are of course spoilers in the brackets. Likewise, we will not be permitting spoilers in the chat in case you happen to have watched it live. Again, I'm pretty sure Chicken Man and Dave Testa, they were casting it live at the time, so if you've already seen the matches, then do keep that information to yourselves. Otherwise, we're jumping in. We are going to be jumping in. Okay, and we have, oh my god, we have quite a lot of matches ahead of us. Cure vs Spirit. This is the KFC score. Hold on. this is not what we're casting. As I refresh, bam. There we go. As I do refresh the match list, we're going to be starting things off with Ryung versus Trap. So we have, I believe this is a round of 16 match, and we have all of the quarterfinals matches. So we're going to be covering all of that. Then we're going to be going on a short break into the semifinals, then into the grand finals. So honestly, again, a shout out to Dave Tess and Chicken Man for hosting this event, for organizing this event. Exclamation mark KSL in the chat. If you want to help support the Korean StarCraft League, you can do so via Patreon, as they do have a Patreon where you can help support and fund this tournament and help grow it as well. So again, a big shout out to all the patrons for the KSL out there. And again, a shout out to Dave Tessa and Chicken Man, just because of the way they host it. They do provide replays, and every single replay actually. Again, like I mean, sometimes we're kind of light on replays just because maybe there wasn't as much coverage going on at the time, but I have every single quarterfinals match, so it's gonna be a long one tonight. I'm ready. I'm ready for all the casting, Bobby, all the casting. Let's go. Again, to kick things off, we have our TVP, followed by Gumiho versus Classic and Dark versus Nightmare. Oh boy, so a lot of Korean action ahead of us. A lot of Korean action is ahead of us. For the time being, we're diving into game one. Game one for Ryung versus Trap is going to be on site Delta. Let's go. Again, Ryung and Trap has been back for, I think, 2 months now. Almost 2 months. Shout out to Gemini, GGE Mini, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw, but I think it was this morning. Less than 24 hours ago, Gemini posted, he made a highlight video, a highlight compilation of Trap's games. And I knew that something was coming because Gemini reached out to me a couple of weeks ago, and he was asking for some Trap replays, because obviously we cast a lot of StarCraft and we've been casting a lot of Trap in his return, and he was asking for the replays, and I was curious as to why, and it was so he could help make so he could make the video. So yeah, I do recommend it. It's very hype, very old school as well. And let's dive into our series. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the ex-military Protoss. He has been back for, what did the video say? 50 days? 50 days, papi. It is Trap. For Gen G Esports. Let's go. Again, it's great to have the Wing Commander back once again after so long. Trap has returned. And again, we've been casting him over the past couple of months, and he has been having some really surprising results. Trap has beaten players like Bjorn, like Rogue, like even, I want to say, some Protoss players like Classic as well. Like, it's been really impressive to see Trap return and improve, or I say return and be able to take down some of the bigger names in the Korean scene already, despite being back for so little time. It's been really impressive. Not just Trap, these kind of like accolades and these results are also echoed by Rogue. Like, Rogue is also recently returning from the military at the same time. At the same time as Trap, and Rogue has also taken down some big names as well. So yeah, both Trap and Rogue have recently returned, and they've both been doing very well for themselves. But we'll see how Trap compares to Ryung. Ryung, of course, has been also concluded his military service, did return from the military quite some years ago at this point. And Ryung nowadays is a staple of the scene, I would say, especially when it comes to TVT. Now, yes, some of the best TVT in the world. TVP is a little bit more up there, though. And like, hey, if Trap can bring down Beyond, we can definitely take it to Ryung as well. The names do sound similar. For now, it looks like the beginnings of a 3 racks opener. Okay. Was an economic build here. Racks expand for Ryung into the 3 racks. I'm ready for it. I'm assuming a 3rd racks. Yep, there we go. 3rd racks is going to be thrown down. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Trap moving out with our initial Zealots and our Adept. Some earlier aggression here to try to delay the CC on the low ground. The SCV is under fire. We have to pull away. So far, good start stepping here by Ryung. And we shouldn't really lose too much here as okay. Don't lose any Marines. The CC is delayed. The Marines are very low though, and 1 Marine goes down. The boys are being pulled to help DPS down that Adept, but every Marine does fall. Ooh, and we do get 1 SCV kill, but we should be able to finish up this CC. Not without losing another SCV. 2 SCVs go down. Aye. So not bad here. Not a bad start as Trap is still not done, rallying across the map with another Adept, but now the base is done. Command center is done. I say that the Marines are still going down one after the other. Here in the main base, we don't have any backup. Hellion production, for example, is just pure Marine. And we are bleeding out quite a lot of Marines here, and this is dangerous considering the fact that Ryung is building up towards a Stim timing. I mean, Stim is all well and good, but what can you do with Stim if you don't have any Marines? Aye. Look at the insults tab, 4 Marines already going down. Doesn't sound like a lot, but again, it does add up over time as we're building up towards that eventual upgrade timing. Trap behind this, settling in, working towards his own tech of choice. It's going to be a blink-based opener. With that Twilight Council in the main, additional gateways on the way. It's going to be 2-gate blink for the time being. And did I say 2-gate blink? Another gateway gets thrown down. So 3-gate blink here for Trap. We could throw down a 4th, but with 3-gate blink, I'm already loving this already by Trap. It's a very safe opener. It allows us to be aggressive. It allows us to move out across the map and to, once again, pick away at this army. To pick away at the army before it moves out. Meanwhile, we're building up now Marauders. Ryung is in the dark. Ryung has not SCV scouted. There's obviously no Reaper or Hellion scout either. There's no drop play. We're playing blind, we're playing in the dark, and we're hoping to catch a Trap out. And we'll see if we can. The Marines are spotted ahead of time, the initial Marines. What's important is that Ryung has been keeping everything else hidden for the time being. As I say that, we do shade across. You can see Ryung does intentionally hide his bio. Does keep it hidden. Trap, he does expand, takes a 3rd. Does take the 3rd base, is moving out across the map. Meanwhile, Ryung is looking to pull the trigger. So far, he's spotted! Yeah, big scout there by Trap. Does spot the army. Is going to intercept. Ideally, he wants to bait out a Stim. Remember, with this 3-racks play, your Stims are so valuable because you have no sustain. You have no medevacs. So every Stim does count. You don't want to waste them. Likewise, Trap rotating around, going to try and intercept the army once again. And, doesn't quite get the Marine yet. There we go. 1 Marine goes down. Once again, rotating around. I'm loving that Ryung can make use of the high ground here on the right-hand side. Makes it that much more awkward for Trap to engage. So he does head towards that natural. Shield battery is done. Force fields are on the way. We do have the Stim. The force fields do block off the army, but we head towards the third instead. We managed to get the shield battery, the pylon, and can we force a cancel? I think we can. Yeah, the army does rotate over. The base is getting low. That's a second stim for Ryung. And yeah, he's going to bleed out everything. The Marauders get focused on first, then the rest of the army. The stim does nothing, and Trap, he holds. He doesn't just hold, he saves the third base. And barely loses anything. That was 3 Stalkers going down. 3 Stalkers, a shield battery, a pylon. And that wasn't quite worth it for Ryung. Now he's in a bit of trouble. I mean, we did give up quite a lot to get into that. Essentially tank production, right? There was no factory production whatsoever here for Ryung when it comes to this build. It all comes down to the stim timing. And this means that Trap can still dip between the bases. Both the natural and the main. There's no bunker here either. We have Marauders. Yeah, we hold on. I was going to say that because there's no tanks, we could try to dip into the main. I mean, there is an observer up here. Could try to dive into the main, pick off add-ons, and get into the mineral line, but Trap does retreat, as Ryung has not gained map control. So Trap backs off, but he's got a fully saturated third base, and Colossi. Colossus production has begun for Trap. Initially Blink into Colossus, into Charge. Upgrades on the way with +1. Trap just settling into his 3-base setup. And Ryung is getting into his own. We can see here a third TC on the way for Ryung. Is floating on over. Is floating on over here. See in the chat, ever consider adding predictions? We do add predictions whenever we cover live broadcasts. That is true. Do you have predictions for that? But not for these matches. Not for these matches. As Ryung is now settling into his own third, it is spotted here by the observer. Trap does see all. Behind this, 4th base on the way. Building up more Colossus. Just calming things down. Trap just going to be settling in. The observer is found out. Keen eyes there by Ryung. Does catch the observer. Likewise, the Colossus is confirmed. Now Ryung is aware of the splash damage of choice. Could technically have been Charge and Storm, for example. But now he's aware of the Colossus. Already working on Vikings. Additional Vikings on the way. And yeah, we're just kind of calming things down a little bit. And for one, I'm really enjoying that we're able to see a little bit more of Trap here, especially in a longer mid-game. Again, I feel like even though we have been casting a lot of Trap over the past couple of months, it's still been quite limited with his range. So I'm here for it. Meanwhile, Ryung moving out. He has been building up to 3 tanks. Does spot the army. Does spot the main army at the same time. Teleramma does hit the third. SCVs are going down. A lot of SCVs, actually. Ryung has to commit. It's going to be 10, 11 worker kills. 13, oh my god. Meanwhile, Trap does misread. Do rotate over. We go straight for the third. Sorry, straight for the fourth. And the 4th Nexus is going to go down. So not a bad snipe. But it did cost us 17 SCVs. Oof. Decent force fields here from Trap. Catching some bio. Again, it's one of the things where Trap, sure, he lost the 4th, but he retained all of his workers. He's still on 70 probes. An insane worker count. And Ryung needs to get more done, especially after losing all of his workers. He's trying to encroach here upon the natural. We'll start pushing in. We have 3 Colossus. We have Storm. Yeah, we have Storm down. They're going to be connecting here on the army, the fire, the tanks. And we crush through. We just break through this army. There's almost nothing left, and we retain most of our Colossus. Yeah, still 2 Colossus left. We chase out the Medivacs. Charge Lot still diving on top of the army. And Ryung is in trouble. He bled out all of his tanks, most of his bio. Down to 2 Medivacs. We're getting into Ghost production, but this may just be too late. If we had just killed the base and been a little bit more patient and waited for the Ghost, then it could have been a different story. Now they're going to be a little bit less impactful. Trap re-expanding, double expanding even. Getting his 4th, and now his 5th. Pulling back, building up more High Templar. We are lacking a gateway army, that is true. Like, we did bleed out quite a lot of the Zealots and Stalkers. How many gateways are we on? 8 gates. That's okay. We could do with a couple more. But 8 gates for now. As we are reinforcing War Prism as well as join up with the main army. With the help of this prism, we can commit. And we have that observer just getting eyes on everything. Do you see all? Likewise, Scan does reveal the army. Young is aware of where Trap is. Trap sharking around with those High Templar. But yeah, interesting, despite having that fight earlier, winning that fight earlier, Trap is just slowing things down. Remaxing first. I mean, he still has an army supply lead. Still retain that economic lead as well. Ryung is catching up with the worker count. You can see here heavily oversaturated at his 3rd base. Desperately needs a 4th. Speaking of, 4th base is now being taken. Dark Shrine on the way for Trap. And we're moving out. Scan reveals the army. Ryung is aware. He's gonna try to keep up. Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to Trap even throwing down a fleet beacon in this position. Like, if Trap has map control and if he knows he has a better economy, then something like a fleet beacon and Skytoss could do well here. But for now, just doubling down. Taking another base! Calm down. Just mass expanding. In position for the Zealot run by. Observer gets caught. Not bad. Not a bad moment for Ryung. Speaking of Skytoss, there it is. Stargate. Stargate is on the way. That should be for Skytoss. Storm does go off. Trap pulling back. Second Robo as well, so this should be for Disruptor production. As it should be easing our way out of these Colossus. Into Disruptors. Likewise, Trap rotating around, looking for a way in. So far, not able to. Zealot Runway gets caught. Likewise, there is an observer here towards the north, so Trap does spot the main army. And so far, Ryung is doing well holding on. I mean, he's been able to remax. He's been able to get a 4th base. Earlier, things were looking bleak for Ryung when he lost his fight across the map, but he has recovered. Part of that is because Trap did give him some breathing room, but Ryung has been able to recover, has been able to remax. The big thing that Ryung is missing, on the flip side, as we do get a massive EMP, is Liberators. Liberation zones would be amazing against a ground-based army like this. Even against Skytoss, it's an ideal supportive unit once we go into mass Sky Terran. And there it is. Now we have the Fusion Core on the way. We have a second starport as well. You could argue that maybe this is a little bit late for Ryung, but considering the game state and considering how behind he was earlier when he lost his army, like, I don't blame Ryung for taking things a little bit more cautiously. But now we have that Fusion Core that's going to be for Libs. Meanwhile, oh my, that's a lot of DTs. It's a lot of Dark Templar. As Trap is a mass expanding even more. Taking these northern bases as well. And unfortunately, Ryung hasn't seen much of this. He should be able to deny this Nexus, but he has not spotted the proxy. He's once again on the charge lots. Trap does retreat, like his army is quite vulnerable right now. And Ryung going for a bit of a base trade here, or at least Trap hoping to go for one. Yeah, blinking on top of the Nexus, blinking on top of the Planetary. Planetary goes down in a couple of swipes. Oof. Massive pick up. At the same time, Ryung, he backs off, doesn't quite get the Northern Nexus. Got one, not the other. And we're even setting up for a surround as well. No! We do let an EMP! But so many Marines go down. The Ghost as well. Oof, that was a rough loss for Ryung. I mean, thankfully, he's expanding towards the south. Has to retake this CC. And I believe still no Liberators. We're still focusing on bioproduction. Carriers now on the way. And without that sensor tower, Ryung, he misses this. He's out of position. Yeah, not quite ready. Does race back over. Just in time. Does get here at the same time. No, the DT's not again. Okay, only 3. We're okay. This time, thankfully, only 3 DTs. Ryung does hold. Base going down. Liberator production has begun. The scary thing right now for Ryung is he is unaware of the tech switch. He's unaware of the sky toss that is amassing. Otherwise, he would be, I would imagine, throwing down another starport. Getting into another starport, getting into more Vikings, more libs. Fixating a little bit more on that. Ryung misses the rotation. We're going for the planetary. At the same time, the surround is coming in. Here we go for the flank. We do shut down both Colossus. But we did take a storm to the face. And Trap is still holding his own, even without the Colossi. The Immortals, they break through the Immortals. We get on top of the Ghosts. And here on the left, the DTs, they break through as well. GG gets called, and Trap takes game number 1. GG. A solid game there from Trap. Again, I do think he may have been a little bit too passive or a little bit too tentative in the mid game after he had taken a bit of a lead. But at the same time, like, Trap, because he was mass expanding, he had an insane economy. Like, he could afford to, like, even trade a little bit inefficiently. Like, he wasn't trading too poorly, but he could afford to. Like, he just had mass expansions, he had map control, he was looking pretty comfortable. He's looking pretty comfortable after that first fight, and Ryung was up against the wall. It was also a bit of a shame that the opener of Ryung kind of fell in its face. That's why a lot of momentum was kind of stripped away from him. I'm referring to the 3-axe. If you remember the 3-axe of Ryung, it got 3 Stalkers. Like, it was less than ideal. Didn't get much done, and yeah, with that, Ryung was playing from a bit of a rough position there early on. And now we're headed into game 2. Game número 2 on Oceanborn. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Vitality. Down in this series, we're going to bounce back. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Genji Esports. It is Trap. We go. Again, it's really cool to hear that Trap has gotten the support of a team. I believe he's the first player on Genji Esports, so they're kind of a relatively new team looking to support Trap. At least new to StarCraft. So we do appreciate it. There's still a couple of the returning players that haven't found a team, like Rogue, for example. I don't think Rogue is on a team, if I'm not mistaken. It's Rogue and DRG when it comes to the big Koreans that are teamless. They're the two that come to mind. I could be missing some, but yeah, Rogue and DRG currently out there looking for a place to call home. Probe dipping in, tasing away at the SV, being as annoying as possible. We can see this time Ryung is going for a double gas opener. As a reminder, last game it was a Rax expand into a 3-Rax build here by Ryung. With a double gas opener, we're going for a faster factory. We are not going for a 3-Rax. Should be a very different build. Very different build here. Factory is on the way. Trap does confirm. I mean, he saw the second gas and he knew it was coming. We'll see where we go from here. Up. Oh my god. As we almost got the SCV. Got worried for a second there. But the probe gets shut down. SCVs do survive. And now we're going to be coming down into Oceanborn. I imagine that Trap is once again going to go for a Blink variation. We'll see. Like, Stargate openers have their place, don't get me wrong. We usually see them on maps like Side Delta, for example, which I imagine is why Ryung went for a 3-Rax on Side Delta, just because the map is larger, so you feel a little bit safer to go into Stargate play. Speaking of, Stargate by Trap. So Stargate into, I imagine, Phoenixes. And Ryung does scout this ahead of time. He is aware. And back at home, he's going to be getting ready for that. We have Cyclones on the way. I imagine Cyclone into Viking. Making sure we have as much anti-air as possible. Bearing in mind that Trap could amass Phoenixes or could even go Oracle first instead. If this was Hero or Classic, I'd be like, yo, let's go, let's make the Oracles. But for Trap, he could be a little bit more standard, I imagine. Yeah, Phoenixes on the way. Phoenixes are in production. Reaper gets shut down. Back at home, Ryung just making additional Cyclones. Interesting, going for the medevac. Bold move. I say this is bold because, I mean, we have Phoenixes and their goal is to shut down drop play. So it looks like Ryung does want to be a little bit more active on the map. With his Cyclones, with his medevac. Adept starting a shade. Not quite committing. But they do confirm the Cyclones back at home. So Trap is aware. Getting a third Phoenix. And it looks like, yeah, we're going to be moving out with everything we have. There are Cyclones on the ground. We have the Marines loaded in. As we move out, the Phoenixes are moving in. And do we have anything to defend? Oh, no, never mind. Phoenixes, they turn back around. We're going to try and catch the Phoenixes. The Trap. Yeah, massive lock-ons, and we do catch one. One Phoenix goes down. Very nice positioning here by Ryung. Trap is now aware. Back at home is getting ready. We have a shield battery. Coronating out an Immortal as we speak. That was a very good catch here from Ryung. Hoping to catch another Phoenix. Not quite able to. Gonna slip away. And with 3 Cyclones, we try to break through. But with the shield battery with an overcharge, we should be able to hold on. As the Adepts are taking a lot of damage. One Adept goes down. The Immortal has spawned in. With the help of the Immortal, yeah, we can focus down these Cyclones. Focus down the Marines. Overcharge is popped. And Ryung does break through. What? Does break through. Trap does break out, what I meant to say. Does break out. Again, the overcharge kept everything alive. Nice control here with the Phoenixes. We do preserve them. And only a handful of Cyclones do make it out. Behind this, we have a third CC on the way. We're amassing tanks, but Trap, he can keep pushing. Uh-oh. We can commit. The tank is not out yet. We need a little bit more time. Boys are being pulled. Ryung in some trouble. One Stalker gets picked off. Tank has barely come in time. Trap has to back off. But hey, we got 5 SCVs. That was still a better trade for Trap. Didn't overcommit. But Ryung holds. Ryung does hold on. Have our CC on the way. So a very economic follow-up here by Ryung. As Trap is just now getting to his own third. So we're in a really odd game state where both Ryung, both the Terran and the Protoss are pretty similar in their 3CC timings. On their third base timings even. Which is better for the Terran. I say that Immortal's pushing in once again. Oh! Big tank volleys going off. Ooh, almost taking down the Immortal. Cyclone with a lock-on. Immortal goes down. Trap bleeding out quite a bit here. Yeah, a little bit too overeager. Losing an Immortal for a Cyclone. Not really worth it. Behind this, Trap double expanding. Getting his third and his fourth base. Scan shuts down the Observer. And Trap is looking to get into Phoenix Colossus. So yeah, we should have seen ahead of time. The Colossus on the way. Charge as well. Kind of your stock standard setup here in the mid-game of PvT. Phoenix Colossus. We got there in a roundabout way, and Trap is still being so active. It's so risky. I mean, I guess Ryung doesn't really have any pushing power. Like he doesn't have the most mobile army. As long as we stay out of range of the tanks, I guess we can take a fight. Speaking of, okay. We calm things down. Trap threatened to dive until we go within range of the tanks. And Trappy backs the hell off. Diving into the main, catching a couple of SCVs. Not bad. 5 SCVs going down. Rotating to the natural. Back at home, Trap settling into his 4-base economy. Building up Colossus, already have 2, soon to be 3. Third Colossus on the way. And it looks like we're just massing our production, getting ready for all those charge lots. Yeah, here they come. Throughout all of this, Ryung has been building up. Again, Ryung hasn't really taken many losses in the past couple of minutes. He has been the defender, building up his army. Stim is done, +1. Combat shields. And we're moving out with quite a tank count. That is 4 tanks. And Trap does not spot this move out. He lost the observer earlier. There we go, does spot the army. We do get up the ramp. Shows the force field. Not quite. The tanks they do siege, but 2 tanks go down almost instantly. Yeah, just a really rough position here for Ryung. Pushing up the ramp. Every tank is going to fall. We didn't quite make it. Like, one of the big moments and like a really powerful position is if we can get up this ramp, if we can get onto the high ground, we can take a fight, but we didn't quite get there. Yeah, Ryung caught on the ramp, and now Trap going for a massive counterattack. We lost almost every single tank. There's 1 tank left. Trap diving in. Boys are being pulled. We lift up the tank. Does get dropped. Big volley's going off for the Colossus. But there's no support. There's no bio left. GG gets called. Trap breaks through, and Trap takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Impressive play here by Trap. Personally, I was really surprised by how aggressive he was, especially here in game 2. He was being so bold early on with his first Immortal push, if you remember, after he dealt with the Cyclone attack, the triple Cyclone push. Likewise with his Colossus as well. Like, Trap was really opportunistic here, and again, like, I'm still trying to get a feel for how Trap is playing nowadays. I know that for a lot of players, like Trap and Stats and Rogue and a lot of these players that went to the military and that are coming back, they had a reputation back in the day, but like nowadays they may not play the same way. I think Stats is a really good example of that. Stats, he was known as like the Shield of Fire, right? He was known for his like macro defensive style, but if you watch him nowadays, like that isn't really the case as much. That's mainly the case in like PvZ. I think in his PvZ matchups he's the most defensive. But if you watch Stats like in PvP and even against Terran, like Stats, he's a little more aggressive nowadays. Just like he's, you know, evolved over time and now a bit of a different player. And yeah, likewise, I'm trying to get a read on Trap as well. So GG, well played. Trap does take it 2-0. And speaking of PvPs, we're going to be following Trap into his next series. Oh boy. Trap is going to be coming up next here against Hero in that PvP. Oh boy, this is going to be a quarterfinals match. The winner of this series advances on to the semifinals, and game 1 will take place on Ghost River. Let's go. Things are not going to get easier here for Trap. I mean, Trap, we did see him bring down Classic a couple of weeks ago, showing that Trap does have it in him in the PvP matchup, but how does he compare to Hero? I expect this to be a short series. Especially as we're leading into game 1 on Ghost River. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ghost River, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing WBG Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. I still have to get used to that. And in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the ex-military Protoss. I mean, they're both ex-military, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. Let's go. For those that are curious, Hero is no longer on Dragon Kaizi Gaming. They have been acquired. I mean, I think they called it a partnership. but they have renamed and rebranded to Weibo Gaming, which I believe is a bigger organization that is competing in the EWC. EWC is the Esports World Cup, which is an upcoming tournament in the next couple of months. It's kind of a big event with a lot of money behind it. And for those that are curious, and a big reason as to why a bunch of players were picked up by big teams like Cloud9 getting Gumiho, Na'Vi getting Spirit, even Virtus Pro getting Australia. A lot of these big teams have picked up individual StarCraft players because you get a bonus. I think it's like 500,000 USD or something. Teams get a massive bonus if the teams competing in EWC are competing in multiple esports, not just one. So the more esports the teams are competing in, like, the more of a bonus they get. So because StarCraft is a part of EWC, a lot of teams have the incentive to pick up StarCraft players. And I believe that is a big reason as to why Weibo Gaming has acquired DKZ. So Dragon Kaiser Gaming no longer a team name, which is a shame because I like the team name. like Dragon Kaiser Gaming. It's always, like, I don't know, like, it was always a lot of fun, like, saying that. Like DKZ. Now it's Weibo Gaming, and I still just think of eggs. I think of un huevito, you know. I'm shaking my head. Weibo is egg in Spanish, for those who don't know. So yeah, because of that's why Hero is now on a new team. And we are settling in, and I still have to just, get used to the team name of Weibo. AKA Weeaboo Gaming. As for now, we're settling in. It's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Trap, 2-gate opener. My apologies. 2-gate opener out of Trap. It's a gate expand out of Hero. Hero doing his best Max Packs impression. Okay. It's going to be a gate expand into the Stargate. Now, to be fair, Max Packs doesn't go for this build exactly. Max Packs goes for the Stargate first, followed by the Nexus. So this is a little bit greedier. This is a little bit greedier here by Hero. We'll see if Trap can punish the greed. As does rock up with his first 2 Stalkers, gets a kill the Sentry. Oh my god. Gets a Sentry, wastes a Force Field as well. Good start for Trap. Behind this, Trap is not going for one base all in, he's going for a delayed expansion, or a later expansion compared to Hero. So Nexus is on the way. Good start here for Trap. Well, we'll back up. Zealot has arrived, applying pressure. Stalkers are racing back home. Meanwhile, looks like Trap did open up Stargate, is going for the initial Oracle. Looking at the vision of Hero, Hero did not confirm the tech of choice. Does not have eyes on that Oracle production. And oh, my apologies. Wait, did I see things? I could have sworn that Hero had a Stargate on the way here. Am I crazy? Did he cancel it and turn it into a robot, or was it a robot to begin with? If it was a robot to begin with, my apologies. I'm blind. Or maybe I saw the production tab and I just thought that Trap Stargate was Hero Stargate. But Hero not going for a Stargate, went for a Robo instead, going for the Prism into the Immortal. With this Prism we can harass across the map. The Oracle is revealed ahead of time. Hero is aware. Shield Battery is done. Hero in position. Oh no! Oh, gets so much damage dealt to that Oracle. Barely does escape. And we'll manage to get a couple of workers at the natural. Not bad. 2. Oh, almost 3. Not a bad start. Immortal production well underway. And Hero is diving into the mineral line with those 2 adepts. Again, that's the advantage of this Prism opener, is that now you don't have to worry about walls. You can get your adepts into both the main and the natural mineral line. We commit to the shade. Probes are going down. Oh my god. 3 probe kills so far. Hero rallies everything across the map. The Stalkers, the Immortal, going for the Shield Battery. A decent Force Field. We lock down the army. Immortal's coming in. And there is no blink. Trap is locked down. Prism barely survives. Storms are falling left and right. We're down to 3 Stalkers. Down to 3. Down to 2. Down to 1. Oh my, that one Immortal is doing so much to the back line. But the Prism is finally going to go down. We deny the warp in. Boys are being pulled. And Hero is being forced back at the same time. Adepts, they're in the main. Still getting more damage done. Hero does lose the Immortal. These are expensive losses for Hero. But Hero's up in economy. He's got 40 probes against a 31 of Trap. Does reinforce with another Immortal. Blink is now done. Trap can escape. But has no shield battery. Oh, Hero overextending a little bit. We'll bleed out some of these Stalkers. Yeah, the Phoenix comes in. We lock down the Immortal. The Immortal is targeted. Oh my god, the shields keep me alive a little bit longer. Hero bleeds out a second Immortal. Yeah, Hero needs to calm things down a little bit. Does back off. Back at home, still no Twilight Council, getting into a fourth Immortal, or I guess now a second Immortal. Still just rallying over. Now, Trap has more potential with his army with Blink. He can pick away at units. He can snipe the prison, for example. There is a lot of potential. But when it comes to a head-on fight, it's because of these Immortals, I have to give the edge to Hero. Shield battery is on the way. Hero back at home, getting a fourth gateway. Sorry, getting a fifth gateway. And a sick Twilight Council on the way as well. Looks like Hero's doubling down and getting ready for 2 base play. Does lose another Immortal. For a Phoenix and a handful of Stalkers. Hero reinforcing with the big weapon of Adepts, not of Stalkers. Okay. Do threaten the shade. Trap skirting around the edge. Hoping to catch some reinforcements, runs into the Immortal. And behind this one, expanding. We're not taking a third base. Hero is going for the 2 base all in. That is Glaives on the way. So Hero just going mass Immortal with Adepts. Yeah, 5 more Adepts warping in. This Immortal is going to go down. Not before taking down 2 more Stalkers. And we just have an overwhelming army. We're breaking through. We do have the overcharge. We can focus it down. We just back off. We wait it out. Again, the powerful thing about Adepts in this position is that Adepts, they take so many hits. They take so many Stalker shots to actually bring down. They're just a great buffer for the Immortals. Speaking of, the Immortal is targeted. Oh, can we save it? Oh, we barely cannot. The Immortal falls, so does the Prism. Good catch here from Trap, but what about the Adepts? The Adepts are busting on through into the natural. Now, we dealt with all the robo units, but what about the Gateway army? GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and Hero takes game number 1. Oof. GG. GG, well played. Hero does take a lead in the series. That was, again, a very intense game, and that's what we expect out of Ghost River. Just hyper aggression, no third base, even for a while. Aggression on one base play as well. And Hero does take a lead. We'll see if Trap can bounce back, as we're going for the 2 extremes here. We have Ghost River as game 1, game 2, Alcyone. Okay, one of the more macro-oriented maps in the map pool. Was known for proxy for a while. If you remember, at the very beginning of the season, we saw a lot of players like mine through mineral patches and proxy on the other side of the wall, on the right-hand side of the map, but that's kind of been phased out. We rarely see that nowadays. It's a little bit too obvious. But we're settling it. We're settling into game 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Genji Esports. It is Trap. Won't call it all in. It's only a try to win, a successful try. It was all in because Hero basically, instead of teching up further, instead of going for a third base, he opted to throw down 2 more gateways. So it was 6 gates on 2 bases, and he teched up into Glaives. You could say definitely in a sense that Hero was ahead enough where if the push failed, like, you can transition. True, right? Like, because you're so far ahead, like, I guess thinking further ahead doesn't really matter as much. In that sense, sure. Like there's like a safety net for Hero, more so than otherwise. So I guess we could just say he was committed. Yeah, a softer way of putting it. Oh, hello. As a Trap being a little bit cheeky here. Okay, Trap, he mines through mineral patches here on the right-hand side, but he doesn't commit. I like this. I like this from Trap. Like, considering like he has been in the military, he's making use of some of the features of the map quite nicely here. So the way this works is that basically Trap, he's faking a proxy on the right-hand side. You know, when Hero scouts, he may come across this and be like, oh my god, like there's a probe somewhere, right? There's a probe out here, especially considering that there's no second pylon. There's no second pylon in the main base, so Hero might be bamboozled by this. Might be thrown off, as we instead throw down the pylon here on the left-hand side. Ooh, has Hero even lost the scouting probe? I was curious. My apologies. Hero lost the scouting probe in the main. So Hero most likely will play things safe. Yeah, Robo Opener. So because Hero doesn't know what's going on, and because Hero saw the missing pylon and lost the probe, Robo. With the Robo, this is ideal to defend against a one-base all-in. Now, what is important about Hero is that whenever he goes Robo like this, whenever he's defending against an all-in, if there is no all-in, he can just turn this into his own all-in. Like, he can turn this defense into an offense. So Trap has to be ready for this. Like, Hero, he's responding to what just happened, but Trap has to be careful not to like create a beast that he can't like, you know, deal with, that he can't tame. As Adepts, they do shade towards the main, and we do not slip in. Trap unaware of the Immortal production. Hero getting across the map. Expansion is spotted. Hero now knows that Trap is going for a longer game. No, the misplaced force field. Stalker goes. The Stalker does pick up the sentry. One sentry falls. We're going for the other. We're picking up the sentries one after the other. It looks like we can get all three. 1, 2, 3 sentries go down. Again, the misplaced force field was brutal. We get a full scout. We confirm that there was never an all-in to begin with. Hero bleeds out the Stalkers, but that was so worth it. Now Hero can double down. Yep, Prism's on the way. Third gateway. This is now turning into our one-base all-in. Here we go. Now it's on Trap to defend. Now the scary thing is that because Trap just lost every single sentry, no hallucination. There's no hallucination scout, which is what we would be relying on right now. Probe is coming back in. This is important. This will confirm the lack of expansion. So Trap is scouting. Does confirm. Tries to dip into the main. We'll get eyes on the full wall off. And we need shield batteries. We need more than one. We have one shield battery here at the natural. We have nothing in the main. Thankfully, we have our own defensive robo, our own immortal production. There we go. Second shield battery. But is it too late? Bearing in mind that Hero can avoid the natural and go straight for the main. With that Prism, shuts down the army. Bearing in mind there are no blinks. There's no way to juggle back. Perks down another Stalker. Stalkers are falling. The Immortal has arrived. Thankfully. Just in time as we open another wave of Adepts. There's the overcharge. The Prism getting low. Oh my god. The Prism one shot away from going down. Does survive. At the same time, Adepts, they bust into the main. The wall was not a wall. Trap unable to keep up. 3 probes go down. And we're not done. 4 or 5 workers falling. At the same time, we're pushing into the natural. Overcharge is on cooldown. We catch the Immortal. Up. Does slip away. Whew. The Immortal does manage to slip away. We focus on the pylon. It depowers everything. Boys are being pulled into Adepts. It's not going to work. We do have a second Immortal. We are breaking through this army. Nice cleanup here by Trap. At the same time, we're still in the main. We shaded into the main base and the economy is in shambles. 13 workers going down. Ay, ay, ay. And we're not done. Nowhere close. As Adepts do one-shot probes. That's 18 probes going down. GG gets called. That is game-ending damage. And Hero takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very, very intense PvP. Both in game 1 and in game 2. Hyper aggression. To be fair, game 1 was more 2-base play. here in game number 2. Remember, Hero responded to the proxy pylon, to the fact that the pylon was missing, which is why he opened up Robo as more of a defensive opener. And once Hero confirmed that it was more of a fake out, that his opponent was expanding, then he turned it into a one base all-in instead. Did flip things on its head. Suddenly Trap was the defender, but there was some brutal moments there for Trap. One of the big ones, I would say the biggest one, is losing all 3 sentries. There was that moment where Trap force fielded the ramp and he was unable to lock the army out. He locked the army in instead, which is just a terrifying thought in that kind of situation where he locks the army in, he loses every single sentry. And that means, again, it isn't just that you don't have those units to defend, but you cannot scout, as we are heavily reliant on those sentries to scout our opponents. So because that took a little bit longer to figure out what was going on, and we had less time to respond, GG. GG, well played. Hero does advance on to the semifinals, is our first semifinalist, and we are going to be dipping down here to determine who is also joining Hero in those semis. Who is it going to be? As our next series is going to be a Terran versus Protoss. Another Terran versus Protoss. It's going to be Gumiho versus Bam. Classic. Another quarterfinals match. Let's go. Oh wait, what were the vetoes? Gumiho versus Classic up next, and game 1 is on Dynasty. Okay, I mean, I'm excited. We rarely get to see these matches on Dynasty. Rarely get to see them, as it is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool. But I'm ready for it. And this morning, in the top right hand corner of Dynasty, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Here we go. Our PVT is upon us. Hello, Gumiho. Where are we headed? What's the plan? Now, when it comes to Dynasty, one of the big features, of course, is the Pocket Gold. You have a free Pocket Gold base here available to you, and depending on the matchup, this is either very easy to take or very difficult to take. We see many players avoid the gold base in PVTs. The reason for this is because both the Terran and the Protoss can abuse this location. With Hellions, Reapers, with range-based units, a Terran can abuse this. Likewise, with Adepts and Stalkers, a Protoss can abuse this as well. So we should be expanding at the standard location, and we should not be taking this gold until we take it as like a 4th base, for example. If either player tries to rush into the gold, then I'm curious to see how they hold on to it. Now, Byun is the exception to the rule. Byun is very fond of taking this gold base as quickly as possible. He goes for a double gas opener, takes the gold and goes, sorry, no, I think it's a Rex Expand, into the gold into a fast tank. And if you siege your tank up here, you can actually protect your mineral line and shell away at Adepts, as Gumiho is going for the Rex Expand into the gold. Okay, you have my attention, Papi. You have my attention. I'm curious if it's going to be the same thing that Byun does, where you just rush into a tank really early on to defend this mineral line. I imagine so. Meanwhile, hello, Classic. Papi. Classic hasn't even scouted. He hasn't even scouted. Cybercore finishes up. We're going for a proxy Stargate, the pylon soon about to complete. And we'll see what we commit into. Again, Classic did expand. I imagine this is going to be a Stargate opener here, but yep, there it is. Stargate has been thrown down. Now, this is not an all-in. This is just a way to harass. It's a way to harass, a way to get ahead economically. It's going to be an oracle across the map. And a good way to get some economic damage done. Meanwhile, Gumiho is settling into that factory. And we'll see where we go from there. Gumiho confirming that the gold base has been taken. Rotates over.
Add-on complete.
Gets a free shot in. Okay, so we're not rushing into the tank. We're not going for the tech lab. We're going for an add-on swap into factory, into Hellion production. Okay, interesting. Hellions are amassing. This is a risky move here by Gumiho. Meanwhile, Void Race on the way? Oh my, he's crazy. Okay. Are we gonna set up shield batteries outside the gold? Interesting. I mean, there is no probe. There's no probe out on the map. The Adept does confirm that the gold has been taken. And this base is vulnerable to ranged units, not just Adepts, but also the Void Ray as well. At the same time, Gumiho... No! He checks. He does check. He does confirm. He gets eyes on the Stargate. But can he do anything about it? Second Void Race on the way. Cyclones are amassing. Cyclones will help. As again, our goal is to try to punish the gold. Cyclones have arrived. Do activate our prismatic alignment. The repairs so far are good. And more Void Rays are on the way. Behind this is no further tech. Additional gateways are on the way, but there's no Twilight Council, there's no Robo. Not for the time being. Gumiho trying to catch that Void Ray. Oh! Does get the lock on. And does get some hull damage. Oh my god. Calm down. Less than half HP. Classic does escape. Barely. Likewise, Hellions, they dive into the bases. Not really getting any damage done. They will be cleaned up. You can see back at home we're getting into Viking production, tank as well. Void Race had to be so careful with how they push in, but yeah, this is just a really unique response that I haven't really seen too much of when it comes to trying to punish this gold. Going for the Void Rays. We'll see how it works. We do get eyes on the tank. The Viking as well. Speaking of Gumiho, oh, almost overextends. Has to calm down. His Mac alignment is activated. A little bit premature there by Classic. A little bit premature as we are expanding, taking a third. You can see Classic still avoiding that gold. Void Ray takes a lot of hits. Does pull back. Gumiho defending quite well so far. He's defending well, getting a third TC, soon to expand. Still no stim, as he did prioritize those tanks. And we do dive forward. Void Rays, yeah, they have to pull back, they have to retreat. The Gateway Army gets cleaned up. Very nice fight there by Gumiho. Shuts down a Void Ray. There's two left and they're barely standing. Smack alignment now off cooldown, or on cooldown. Cyclone's getting the lock on. Up! Oh, almost get another Void Ray. Almost, but not quite. Nice control here by Classic. Gets the Viking, but oh, bleeds out another Void Ray. These are expensive losses, bearing in mind as well that because of this Void Ray production, there's no blink. There's no blink, there's no charge, like our upgrades, this tech is so delayed. The Forge, the Twilight Council, and the Robotech. And I'm not too sure it was really worth it in the end. Now we have our first Colossus on the way. Our upgrades are soon to begin, I'm sure. Third base is up and running. And there we go, +1 in charge for Classic. Gumiho is just waiting for his production to kick in. So he's got 3 more Raxes on the way. Scan doesn't reveal too much. He doesn't get eyes on the Robotics Bay. Doesn't get eyes on the Bay. I believe has not seen the Colossus himself. For all Gumiho knows, it could be Chargel Archon, for example. So still in the dark. Chargel Archon into Storm, I mean. Meanwhile, Gumiho taking his third. Is just waiting on Stim and Combat Shields to finish up, then he can start being active. Classic taking another base. This is I'm not too used to this. Maybe it's because we rarely cast Dynasty. But yeah, the expansion pattern here by Classic is really interesting. I'm so used to players expanding on the right hand side and taking the goal base as a 4th or as a 5th base, but yeah, Classic interesting. Expanding behind his army as he's focusing on applying pressure to the gold. Archives on the way. Gumiho soon to be pushing out. As he moves out, Oracle is dipping in. There's a turret in position. And Classic is about to reveal his army. At the same time, Gumiho on the other side of the map. Catch a couple of SCVs. We force field the mineral line. And the Colossus, they go ham. They catch 6 SCVs at the same time Gumiho is pushing in. We do have a recall. And there it is. We recall back to the natural just in time. Classic is ready back at home. Cybercore goes down. But we're amassing charge lots. We can afford to lose the Cybercore. Dropping into the main. Classic setting up a surround. He should clean this up. Good kiting here from Gumiho. Very nice positioning, but the tank's going to be going down. We will clean this up. Gumiho trading as efficiently as possible. At the same time, breaking out, shutting down the proxy. Gumiho diving back in. Now the important part here is that recall is now on cooldown. It's not available, but we do have Zealots in the main, thankfully. Do leave some Zealots in the main base. Island goes down. Powering some gateways. Gumiho still being active with a very Marauder heavy composition. We spoke about it earlier how Gumiho, catch a full medevac, but how Gumiho was waiting for all of his production to kick in. That's a lot of tech labs, a lot of Raxes, a lot of Marauders. Just a very beefy army. It's as many Marauders as there are Marines, which is crazy. And now we can stim in. Storm is done. The High Templar, they need a little bit more time. Going for the feedbacks instead. And we just ignore the army. We start to step into the main. Pushing on further, shutting down all these Zealots. Going for the tech. Forge gets sniped. Artosis pylons as well. Up, so close. I'm going to be focused down. Every single pylon, but we cleaned out a lot of bio. But it's going to be worth it. At the same time, we hit the northern base. Nexus goes down. Classic down to 3 bases. Gumiho getting his 4th, while Classic is stuck on 3. Gumiho is pulling Classic apart. And the scary thing is, like, these Colossus aren't really too intimidating. Because we're so Marauder heavy, we can tank some Colossus shots. We can dive in. The Colossus looking quite vulnerable. Speaking of, no! Get away! Speaking of, we dive on the Colossus, we focus it down, and you can see in a matter of seconds it gets targeted if it does fall. Like, these Colossus are so fragile against all these Marauders. Up! Not a bad pickup. We catch a medevac. Drop into the main, probes are going down, 16 probe kills, and at the same time Gumiho is going for the kill, going for the 3rd. The Colossus on its own, it does nothing. It crumbles. Would you force the recall? Well, we can fight. Yeah, like, we don't have to fear the recall, papi. We have to fear the Zealots, though. Just for a moment, Zealots are cleaned up. 24 probes go down. And reinforcements do arrive, and Gumiho does have to pull back. And again, Gumiho has all the map control he wants, all the freedom he wants. He's so comfortable here on 4 bases. On 65 workers. And again, Classic just cannot keep up with this. Once again, dragged out of position. Ay. The Nexus will fall. Mine shots going off. The Bio does fall back. At the same time, we go for the gold. Yeah, and at this point, Classic, he's all in. Like, we have to go for one big counterattack. But alas, even that I don't think is going to be enough. As Classic has no economy. It's one final push. We have storms available, true. We have some storms. We're headed for the gold. No, we're coming from behind! No! We don't have any storms. No storms, no Colossus. We snipe every single high-tech unit. I mean, it was gonna be a tough push anyway, but never mind. Have we even seen a storm this game? Have we? There we go. We got a final storm on the army. Classic pushing into the main in a last-ditch effort, but we have reinforcements. We have our production that can hold on. As Gumiho is racing back home, just ensuring that he doesn't lose too much here. We catch the Archons as well. It's GG gets called, and Gumiho will take game number 1. Whew. GG. What a game. GG, well played. Really impressive game here out of Gumiho, but at the same time, this was a wild reaction from Classic. Again, to be fair, we don't really get to see too many matches on Dynasty, but for Classic to respond with proxy Stargate into Void Ray, that's not something that I've seen too often as a reaction, as a response on Dynasty. And there was potential, definitely, but it was such a shame that it got scattered so early on. If you remember, the Stargate got scattered just as the first Void Ray was spawning in, and that allowed Gumiho to respond with his own Cyclones, with his own Vikings, and honestly, the Void Rays didn't achieve too much. They didn't actually get many SCV kills, they didn't deny much mining time, they got shut down, and remember, we spoke about how everything else was delayed because of those Void Rays, right? The Twilight Council, the Forge, the Robo, the Bay as well. Because of that, Classic tech-wise was playing from behind, which is why when the Void Rays got shut down, Classic had zero map presence. He couldn't do anything, and Gumiho was able to freely expand. Freely took a third, took a fourth base, of course was able to get into his drop play as well, and the drop play was so successful because we didn't have Phoenixes or Blink Stalkers or anything to deny them. Gumiho just had his way with Classic. GG. GG, well played. Good punish there from Gumiho. And now we're settling into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. But I appreciate the ingenuity there from Classic. I appreciate the quirky build that we saw, and didn't work, sure, but I appreciate it nonetheless. You know, you got to be a little bit more exploratory on some of these more unique and unorthodox maps. But now we're diving into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our blue Terran player representing Cloud9, leading the series 1-0. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Is it just me, or does Light look like he's only wearing a robe? What kind of animal wears pants at home? All right. what kind of animal wears pants? Aye. Shaking my head. As we are settling in, we'll keep an eye on our tech of choice and our openers here from Gumiho and Classic. Just catching up. The Zealots are more scary than the Colossus. They are. So in that situation, you know, if Gumiho wasn't so Marauder heavy, if he was more Marine centric, if his army was a little bit more fragile, then it'd be a different story. But yeah, Gumiho's army was just so beefy. It's crazy. Catching up. As for now, it's going to be an economic opener. Gumiho going for a Rax Expand. Very similar to Game 1, actually. Game 1 did the same thing on Dynasty. So nice economic opener from our Korean Terran player. Meanwhile, Classic back at home and going for a Gate Cyber Expand. Nothing too wild, nothing too crazy yet. Keep an eye on our players. Again, when it comes to Golden Aura, there's not too many unique features of it, compared with like too many drastic features like on Dynasty, for example. But one of the big ones is the third base. Third base is very defendable. There's a very narrow ramp coming to the third. It's very, very difficult to kind of break this position. You can try to come in from a different angle, but likewise, the natural and the third base are right next to each other, so easier to defend here on 3 bases. The fourth is more exposed. The fourth is a different story, but the third is, again, quite nice to take. Quite comfortable. as Classic is going for a Twilight Council opener. Okay, no proxies this time, going for a more standard build from Classic. Calming things down. Should be Twilight Council into Blink. There are some DT openers in this matchup, true, but they're very niche. We rarely get to see DTs. And there it is, Blink is on the way. Blink is on the way. Adept makes it across the map, going for the Hellion, and up! What a bus! One more shot! Oh, doesn't quite get it. It's nice control out of Gumiho. Barely does save that Hellion, shuts down the Adept. Second Adept on the way. Gumiho settling into his 1-1-1 and going for his own drop play. So Medevac is in production. Meanwhile, the question becomes, as the Adept does get across the map. Oh, and gets a free Marine. Not bad. Going for the SCV. But how many gateways is the question? How many gateways? We have one gateway here in the main, and we have 2 gateways on the way at the Natural. So it looks like a 3-gate Blink out of Classic, a very safe opener from our Protoss player. 3 gateways that will allow us to gain map control, have plenty of Stalkers to work with, and will lead into a 3rd. Oh, as it looks like we're going for the 3rd before the Bay, before the gateways do finish up. So a bit of a greedier 3rd base there from Classic. Job making its way to the main. Hellion does confirm the timing of the 3rd base. Oh, and the Marines do unload. Now these are vanilla Marines, like they have no stim, no combat shields. But they do sneak in. And, oh, we get 1, we get 2, we get 3! 3 probes go down, force a warp in, we get a 4th probe. Very nice damage so far. We can pick up, we can just boost the hell out of here. And Blink finishes up just as the Medevac gets out. So very nice damage here from Gumiho. Very slick move, slipping into the main. Likewise, we're following this up with a Banshee. This has been... Well, this was trendy, like, around IEM Katowice, but this fell off quite a bit, actually. This was very trendy, like, I'm talking April, May of this year. And then we kind of lost popularity in these Banshee openers, or in these Banshee plays. Basically, tank Banshee all-ins were very popular, very trendy in TVP at the start of the year. And I'll be honest, it's been like a month since I've seen one of these, so I'm excited. I'm ready for it. It's been a while. Has been a while. Additional Banshees on the way. Now, these Banshees can do a surprising amount of damage in the main. They do require detection, as Cloak is done. And ideally, you want to distract. You want to distract Classic with the main army, and then slip in with your Banshees. And they can get a mineral line. It's crazy how much damage they can get done. But now Gumiho's moving out. Meanwhile, behind this, we have a Stargate follow-up, followed by Colossus. Now, the Colossus was delayed because of the Phoenix build, or because of the additional Stargate and Phoenixes. And we are diving in at the same time. Here come the Banshees. Stalks are in position at the same time. We dive into the natural base, and we are exposed. The Robo gets depowered. There will not be a Colossus. And sure, even though Classic is defending against one, he's not defending against the other. As the Stalkers are trying to rotate back over, but the tanks are in such an awkward position. The drop in the main is cleaned up. There is no Colossus, and without it, we can't stop this. Ay, ay, ay. And Stalkers are diving in. They go for the dive. The tank does land. We do focus down one of the tanks, but only one. We lead out every Stalker. GG gets called. That's all that we had left, and Gumiho will take the series at 2-0. We'll advance on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. That was a really unfortunate turn of events there for Classic. It was a rough decision to make. So, winding it back a little bit here. Classic delayed his Colossus. I don't know if you noticed, I didn't point it out because it kind of glossed over. I mentioned it towards the end. Classic delayed his Colossus for the Stargate and the Phoenix. He only made one Phoenix, but usually when you open up Blink, you don't commit into Phoenixes. Like, they both have the same role. It's kind of wasted resources. I'm pretty sure the reason why he did that was to shut down the Medevac that was hiding in the corner of the map, and also the eventual Banshee play as well. But that did delay Colossus, that delayed any safety Immortal as well. And because of that, the Colossus never came in. It was depowered, it was shut down, Classic was pulled apart. Again, investing into that Stargate, it feels like it hurt him more than helped him in the end. And yeah, Gumiho was able to catch him off guard, able to shut him down. Again, he was at least able to defend against the Banshees, but that means that we were left open to the tank push. And Gumiho does take it. GG. GG, well played. Gumiho advancing on to those semifinals. And we have been casting a lot of Protoss and a lot of Terran. A lot of like PvTs and PvPs non-stop. We will finally dip into a Zerg player. We'll dip into a ZVP. Up next, we have Dark versus Nightmare in another quarterfinals match. Zerg players exist? Oh my god, it's crazy. We've been having a lot of Protoss and Terran recently in online tournaments, in online weeklies, like KSL, like ESL Open Cups, KFC as well. We've been seeing less and less Zerg representation. But a lot of that is also because a lot of Zerg players, for whatever reason, have been less active. I hope everything's okay. But what I'm referring to is DRG, Shin, and Solar. You know, there are Korean Zerg players out there, and they did not participate in this week's KSL. They didn't participate in last night's Kung Fu Cup. They weren't there either. Dark wasn't there either. Dark is here for this KSL, but he wasn't there for Kung Fu Cup either. So, yeah, for a lot of these online weeklies, our regular Zerg players, especially from Korea, are becoming less and less active. So, I mean, part of that for Dark at least is, you know, he's a dad now. You know, he's a papi. He's a papi. It's beautiful. For those who don't know, Dark now has a lovely daughter. He's a dad. So I'm sure we're focusing on other things, and that might be the case for some of the other players as well. Maybe some other IRL commitments. But yeah, it does mean that we've been getting a lot more Protoss and Terran, and I'm only pointing that out because I appreciate that I get to cast a Zerg player. I appreciate it. I need like a little bit of Zerg every now and then, you know, to break up all the PvTs. Let's go. I'm ready for it. We're jumping in. We are jumping in. KFC? Hungry. True. It's been far too long. Gibbs. As we're diving into game one, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkion, we have the only Zerg player in the quarterfinals. We have the Red Zerg representing Talon Esports, the best Zerg player in all of South Korea. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. But it's Gumiho. Gumiho doesn't follow the meta. True. That's very true. I didn't even get to mention that. If you're referring to Gumiho playing that Banshee style, yeah, it is very out of meta nowadays. Of course, Gumiho would whip it out. Yeah. That's also why I love casting Gumiho, because he is a little bit more unorthodox. He's a little bit more unique as a player. Always a lot of fun. So diving into our ZVP. For the time being, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener here from Dark. Likewise, Nightmare calming things down as well. Now, Nightmare has been looking like a beast as of late. You would remember from last night's KFC, Nightmare did 2-0 Björn, not just in KFC, but I believe he 2-0'd Björn in the previous KSL as well. No, not KSL, in the previous ESL Open Cup Asia as well. Again, Nightmare has been taking down some big Korean Terran players time and time again. Players like Björn, players like Kyor, players like Clem, more consistently. I do think that Nightmare's current best matchup is PvT. He's looking not too shabby in PvP either, but PvZ has always been his kind of his Achilles heel. It has always been his weakest matchup for a long time. In saying that, Nightmare has also been improving there as well. Like, Nightmare has been becoming more and more of a contender here for deeper and deeper runs in these tournaments. Recently, Nightmare, he was able to bring down Solar. I think couple of times. He has defeated Dark in these online weeklies as well. Like, it feels like Nightmare has been really leveling up ever since he joined, no, even before he joined his new team. I want to say this year specifically, 2024, these past couple of months, Nightmare has just been improving so much. It's been really cool to see his growth. Has really leveled up over the past couple months, and in saying that, if this was 2023, I would say that Dark is the favorite player. Nowadays, I would say Dark is still favored, but Nightmare, I can definitely see him winning. Like, we've seen it before, we could see it again. Personally, I would love to see an ace match. It's been nothing but 2-0s tonight. It's been purely 2-0s every series so far. I would love an ace match, but we'll see. Ooh, hello, as we are opening up with a Void Ray. Okay. It's going to be a Void Ray opener by Nightmare. With this, he's going to shut down the Overlord and ideally hide his tech. Now, this could be to go into a second Stargate and Skytoss, could be for a Twilight Council into Glaives, could be Twilight Council into Fast Blink, or it could be into a Forge into a standard game. Regardless, the goal here is to keep Dark guessing, as this Void Ray is going to be hunting down as many Overlords as possible. The downside is that because we open up Void Ray, there's no Oracle to harass. Like, the Oracle count is going to be lower here for Nightmare. So Dark's economy should be looking solid. First Overlord goes down, does supply lock Dark. Ling's pulling back. Third base getting secure. And we are following this up with the Oracle. Thankfully, Dark is getting ready. We have Spores on the way in the main, Spores on the way in the natural. Ooh, going for a fast lair. Okay, a 4-minute lair timing here for Dark. And this is why I love Dark, is that even if he doesn't know what's going on, even if he's blind as to what his opponent's doing, he is willing to be aggressive nonetheless. Willing to be in the face of the Protoss player. With mixed success, right? Like, do love to see it. Now, the Oracle does dip in. Big scout for Nightmare. He will... Oh, never mind. I was going to say he's going to confirm the lair timing, but he does not get eyes on the lair. That is a little bit concerning. Nightmare does spot the 4th. Now, with this fast lair, how many gases are we on? So far, still only 1 gas. I'm curious where we are taking this. If we had additional gases, this could be for a fast Hydrogen. Lings are flooding out as we have 20 Lings in production. 4th base is saved. Additional Queens all the way for a Nidus. Okay, it's going to be a Ling Queen Nidus all in. That is the purpose of the lair. And again, Nightmare could piece this together if only he had scouted. And again, he did not see the lair, which means he doesn't know to look out for something like a Nidus Worm. And Dark is going for the all in. And Nightmare has no idea how the turns have tabled. Back at home, Nightmare going for a standard transition into Blink and +1, which means he's vulnerable. Nightmare is vulnerable right now. Void Ray into the main. Lings are amassing. And we are waiting for that Nidus. There we go. Nidus behind the army. Nightmare has no idea. Back at home, we have 1 shield battery. We have a handful of adepts, and they're about to be surrounded. A couple of oracles, but that's what the queens are for. As the queens, they're coming. And Nidus Storm does complete. Nidus Storm on the other side of the wall as well. Let's go. Lings are flinging across the map, looking for the surround. The wall looking to be compromised. No shield batteries at the natural. No shield battery, no overcharge. Queens are waddling in. The Nidus Storm does not finish, or does finish, but doesn't get shut down. But we're here to knock down the wall regardless. Oof, Oracle falls. Cybercore goes down, which means they cannot warp in Stalkers or Adepts, only Zealots. They're going to be slow lots. And shield battery runs out of energy. Boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. We're slowly waddling into that natural. I mean, the site defense is finishing. The Immortal's on the way. We need a couple more seconds for that Immortal. Backup shield battery does complete. Lings are being cleaned up. And we are still holding on to the 3rd base. Not too bad. But what about the Queens? What about the Queens? We focus on... No, the wall! The wall is open! We can still flood in. Like, I thought like, the wall-off was looking good, but... Yeah, Lings, they bust into the main base. Queens, they catch the Void Ray. They can focus on the 3rd. Interesting. Dark actually pulling out of the main. Oh, there was Zealots. Does pull out of the main. Does hit the third. Yeah, we do lure the army out. Immortal is surrounded. Blink is done, but Blink doesn't matter. So focus on everything else. We have so many transfuse. And finally, we're dealing damage. Finally, we get every single probe here at the third. We catch all the zealots. We catch the Immortal. This is the army. This is all we have left for Nightmare. A handful of zealots, slow lots, and one stalker. The third is going down. Behind this, Dark throws down a Bailey nest. Let's go. Still massing more Lings. Rallying drones across the map. Throwing down spy. Calm down, Dark. But sure. Spine Crawler's on the way to help knock down this wall. I mean, Queens don't have the best DPS against buildings, but Lings, they flood in and they get us around on the sentries. And again, Nightmare just did not have enough time to react to this to respond. His defense was impressive nonetheless. Was holding for quite some time. But again, he just had no idea. He was not able to scout, not able to confirm the lair timing or the Nidus Worm. Not see what he needed to. And here come the Spine Crawlers. They're waddling in. Waddling into the natural base. Charge is now done. But we have Banelings. And now we have those Banelings ready for the charge lots. Spine Crawlers do burrow in. Banelings going straight for the shield battery. Shield battery does survive. Surprisingly. Does survive a little bit longer, but is focused down. And now we have done it. We have broken through. Nightmare held for so long, but again was just barely treading water. GG gets called, and Dark takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Dark winning the game in very dark fashion. Dark, known for his aggression in especially the ZVP matchup, known for like Ling Queen Nidus all-ins, or German taxis, or even we just walk across the map. Hyper aggression here out of Dark, and again, unfortunately, Nightmare just wasn't able to confirm and wasn't able to scout. That's one of the big factors here defending against this kind of all-in, is getting a read on what your opponent's up to. Nightmare had no idea. Now we're sailing into game number 2. Let's go. And again, no fear out of Dark. It was a Void Ray opener. Dark had no idea if it was like Glaive Adepts as a follow-up, or, some kind of charge all-in. No fear. Just go all in yourself. True. The Dark way. Look, they can't all in you if you all in them first. Exactly. So smart. As we're diving into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. Let's go. See, él no sabe, papi, no sabe. True. The first rule of the Zerg Club is you don't talk about the Zerg Club. Oh, I understand. Zark is going for a proxy hatch, by the way. Hello, Mr. Drone. Where are we going? We're going across the map. We are going for a proxy hatchery. So this is, I believe, for a hatch block. Ooh, never mind. Hatchery was thrown down. Okay. So usually, if this probe did block this base, then Dark goes for the hatch block himself. He still might do so. Yeah, he's got the money for it. He does have the money for it. Drone does arrive, and there it is. Hatchery is thrown down. Now, this is not for cheese. This is not for an all-in. Remember, we are still expanding back at home. This is to force a reaction, to force the voice to be pulled, and deal economic damage. This is a big delay on the expansion, and a big delay on mining time from these workers. We even force out the Zealot. So this does cause a big reaction here from Nightmare, and Dark is just chilling. He's able to freely drone. The downside is that Dark, his spawning pool and his gas are later than normal. That is true. His queen is going to be later than normal as well. But, the damage that is dealt here makes up for that. As Dark is running. Oh, Dark even catching the probe as well. Nice catch there from Dark. Hatchery under fire. Now, Dark should be canceling this hatchery. He can try to go for a second hatch block or dive into the main and steal a gas. So we go do cancel. Diving into the main. Nightmare should have a hold position probe here at the gas geyser. There we go. Probe does get off. Does get in position. We do take the gas. Just before Dark gets there. Dark able to get a free full scout. And Nightmare has yet to expand. Dark already getting into 2 bases and has a 3rd on the way. So a nice cheeky move here by Dark. We'll mess with the mineral mining here in the main as well. And now it's on Nightmare to get some counter damage. Adept shades out. Remember, queens were delayed. But without queens, this adept could get a lot done. Sifar catching a couple of lings. Do manage to get 3 ling kills. Zealot has arrived. Applying pressure to the 3rd base, forcing lings from Dark. The drone does go down, and it's going to be a Stargate opener here by Nightmare. Again, the Stargate is later than normal. And Dark is not droning up too much. We'll see if he makes more lings. Okay, we're droning. I was like, we made a lot of lings, Papi. I did make a lot of lings, so it looks like we're just taking the Adepts very seriously. We are droning now from here on out. Thankfully. I was like, are we going for a ling flood? Are we just sending it? I don't know. Calming things down. Overlord does confirm the Oracle. Oracle is confirmed. Link speed is finishing up. We do pull out of gas, so we're not going to be prioritizing a lair or anything like that. So as we do pull back in, never mind. We're pulling back in. We'll see what that gas is spent on. As Dark is looking to try and delay the 3rd base. 3rd gets thrown down just in time. And Dark a couple of seconds too late to deny it. And the game is going to calm down. We're going to just calm things down. We're droning up. Oracles are moving out. Finally at the 4-minute 30 mark. And Dark does have a Spore at the natural. 2 queens at the 3rd, Spore at the natural. However, okay. We are going to be okay here. Nightmare behind this, going for his own Twilight Council. Interesting. That's going to be a Twilight Council on its own. I don't see a Forge. And if we don't see a Forge soon, this could be for a much more aggressive build. So this could be for Glaive Adepts or Blink Stalkers. Lairs on the way. 5-minute lair timing. More standard lair timing here from Dark. Okay, there's the Forge. Forge is on the way. This should be for Blink. Overlord will confirm. As we get eyes on the Forge and the Twilight Council. No additional gateways. No aggression. Just upgrades. Just upgrades on the way. Gateways now being thrown down. I believe that's going to be a 5, soon to be a 6 gate setup, which is what we expect to be seeing. If we go more than 6 gateways, then we'll point it out. As the Oracles take a lot of damage, they're going for a cancel on the 4th. Up! And do we force the cancel? Gasito, and it looks like we barely do. 4th base is denied. The pick off there from Nightmare. Does pull back. Dark investing into Roaches, now throwing down a Hydra Den, so he's playing Roach Hydra. Very robust mid-game composition here from Dark. And Nightmare has, yeah, stuck on 6 gates. So only 6 gateways, which means we should be looking to take more gases, looking to throw down a 4th base. Looks like Nightmare plans on macroing from here. We'll see. We'll see, as we have yet to take any gases. Lings do slip in. Oh! They do attempt to slip in. Yeah, gas is being taken. Which means Nightmare has the ability to take up, and we are taking not in the direction that I thought we would. Okay, I was waiting for a Robot, I was waiting for a Bay, I was waiting for Colossus or Storm, not Skytoss. Okay. Alright, Nightmare. You got my attention. I'm ready for it. As once again we force another cancel with the fourth. Very nice, actually. Nightmare, that's the second time we've delayed the fourth base. Dark stuck with an even base count to the Protoss, something you never want to see. Nightmare marauding around, catching overlords, rushing into Skytoss. Now, this is a really risky maneuver. Dark doesn't know, but the scary thing right now, as Dark has been denied the fourth a couple too many times, is that Dark isn't droning. Dark, he's cutting workers at 69, nice, and he's amassing Roach Hydra. He's amassing Roach Hydra, and if Dark pushes anytime soon, Nightmare is going to be in trouble. Like, again, Nightmare, it takes a while to get into Skytoss. We invested so heavily here into this, which means there's no splash damage, there's no Storm, there's no Disruptors, there's no Colossus, and no Archons. We have a very limited army right now, and we'll see what Dark can get done. Dark being somewhat active, but he throws down Infestation Pit, which means he plans on droning. The pit should be for a hive. Nightmare out on the map. Dark slipping by. Nightmare does not spot this. We're busting in. When we do scout the Cybercore, big scout here for Dark. Cybercore researching means one and one thing only. It means +1 air attack. So Dark is aware. Does head towards that third, rotates back over towards the natural. And Dark almost maxed out on Roach Hydra. And so far, we are breaking through. The Cybercore goes down. No more Stalkers. No more Stalkers can be walked in. +1 is denied. And we do start a step forward. Stalkers are going down left and right at the same time. We're busting into the natural. We're breaking through. We are breaking through, and again, we mentioned it again. This was the winner. This was the timing that Dark needed, because Nightmare just was not ready. Again, this is when Nightmare was the most vulnerable. The carriers have arrived, but it doesn't matter. We're into the natural. We have busted through. Probes are falling, and 1 or 2 carriers is not going to do anything here. It's just not enough DPS, not enough carriers. Nightmare, he needed more time. Mothership does come in. We do activate the cloak. Oh, we snipe a carrier. We snipe a carrier at the natural as well. 21 workers go down, and Nightmare barely has an army. Barely has anything left. And GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. Dark will take the series at 2-0, punishing the tech, punishing the greed there of Nightmare, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a risky move out of Nightmare to rush into Skytoss in such a way. The problem here is that he needed his opponent to be a little bit more defensive and passive, and that's just not Dark. Like, again, Dark didn't even know that Skytoss was on the way, but he was still moving out and aiming for a push, aiming for a move out with his Roaches and Hydras. I mean, Dark was throwing down an Infestation Pit, so he was thinking further ahead. But regardless, he was being aggressive, and as soon as he saw the Cybercore, he committed. He just committed with everything he had. He knew that he had to go for the kill then and there, and was able to break Nightmare before carriers got out of hand. On the flip side, it's a little bit on Nightmare here. Nightmare, if you want to play like this, I do think he needed to be more active with his Stalkers. If you remember, his Stalkers were on the edge of creep, and they were just chilling. They were just chilling on the edge of creep. He was denying the 4th base, but we needed to be more active. If we were, ideally, we force Dark back home, right? We force him to stay back at home. We force Dark to dance with the Blink Stalkers and to focus on dealing with the army instead of counterattacking. Unfortunately, I do think that Nightmare was a little bit too tentative with his army and with his Stalkers, because he had to do something to distract Dark, to keep him busy. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Dark does take the series, and Nightmare does bow out. Does bow out in the end. And with that, we are getting ready for our semifinals. Okay, we have our semifinals soon ready and waiting for us. I need a moment to set things up, but it's going to be Hero versus Gumiho. We casted Hero taking down Trap earlier. We casted Gumiho taking down Classic. So it's Hero versus Gumiho in the upper semifinals. In the lower semifinals, we have Dark, who just advanced on, and is going to be facing off against Beyond in a TVZ. Ah, let's go. A very spicy series. So Dark versus Beyond and Gumiho versus Hero will be taking place after the break. Again, we're just going to be cutting the broadcast in half. Take this moment to hydrate your Hydras, stretch your Roaches, massage your Marines, and cuddle your Carriers. After the break, we'll be back with the semifinals and then the grand finals of the tournament. See you soon. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Korean StarCraft League, the KSL week number 52. We just wrapped up with the quarterfinals, and we had some pretty fast ones, actually. A lot of 2-0s, a lot of more one-sided scores, and a lot of faster games, but the quality was there. Exciting matches nonetheless. And now we are diving into the semifinals and the grand finals thereafter. We have 3 matches remaining, both semifinals and then those grand finals. Up first is Dark versus Beyond. We just saw Dark against a Protoss player in Nightmare. We just saw Dark being hyper aggressive and able to shut down Nightmare both in game 1 and game 2. But now we have a very different opponent, very different dynamic, very different matchup here in the ZVT. In the Zerg versus Terran. I'm ready for it. I am excited for it. Game 1. Oh my god, for the first time tonight. Post-youth. What were the vetoes? What the hell? Okay, let's go. We are going to be loading on in. As a reminder, semifinals are best of 3s. The grand finals will be a best of 5. So best of 5s will be on the horizon. The end of the broadcast. For now, we have our ZVT again. Dark and Beyond, they have been facing off for many years. They are longtime rivals. And that still continues to be the case even in modern StarCraft. But here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post-Youth, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. We go. Again, Dark and Beyond, they've gone back and forth many times over the past almost decade of StarCraft, which is crazy to think of. Absolutely insane. It's been so long, Papi. It's been so long. They have been duking it out time and time again, but for the first time here, I'm excited to come into Post-Youth. Post-Youth is once again one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool. We see it very rarely. Mainly we see it in WTL, in events where we force Post-Youth. So I'm curious how our players are going to be approaching this. Again, Post-Youth, the unique features of this map is the hybrid base. You get a hybrid kind of pocket base right in your main. So a free natural with gold minerals. Likewise, there's also a gold base as well that you can take earlier on as a natural, as a third, as a fourth base. The gold is exposed. You can siege up tanks on the high ground here on the left or the right hand side, so it can be difficult to maintain this gold base, specifically in this matchup, and we'll see if Dark can ever take it. For now, okay, it's going to be a hatch pool opener into delayed gases. I say that, we're going for a gasless build. Okay, Dark going for his third base before any gas geyser, before the natural's even done. The third has been thrown down. So a very greedy build here out of Dark. Meanwhile, across the map, Beyond going for a Rax expand. Standard opener out of Beyond, very greedy opener out of Dark. Now, this is something that Dark does do on some of these smaller maps like Golden Aura, like Post-Youth as well, where the attack paths into your bases are limited. What I mean by that is because your natural and main base are both protected by the singular ramp, then you can actually just leave very little to defend. You can rely on mainly queens. Basically, Dark not gonna have link speed. Without gases, no link speed, you have to rely on queens to defend for the most part. We should be able to pull that off. Meanwhile, Reaper sips into the main. Oh, ooh, getting a drone! That should not have happened. Late spore trick there out of Dark. Drone does go down. Reaper gets the hell out of there. Nice start for Beyond. Very nice start. It does confirm the third base is about to finish. Lings, oh my god. Lings are keeping up. Dancing with the Reaper. Do almost get this around. Beyond barely gets away. Behind this third CC on location. Third CC before starport. So standard third CC timing, but it's on location instead. Very greedy here by Beyond, meeting the greed with greed. Once he saw Dark taking the third, does throw his own down immediately as well. And it makes sense. I mean, Dark can't really punish this. There's no link speed. No link speed, no early roaches, no gas at all. Dark is stuck at home. Well, as we do go for the... Oh my god. As we do overextend, we went for the tumor. The tumor survives. The Reaper goes down. Not the best trade there for Beyond. But again, he saw everything he needed to. So Dark is just going to be droning. Just focusing on droning and making queens and spreading creep. Likewise, Beyond also building up on his 3cc, rushing into Stim. Does rush into Sim, delays his starport even further because of his 3rd CC. Hellions have arrived. It is going to be difficult for Bjorn to really get any damage on with the Hellions, as Dark should be able to keep up with these rotations. I say should, the Hellions... Okay, the Queens do keep up. They rotate around. Interesting. Bjorn going for 3 more Raxes. Big delay on the starport here. So, again, just quite greedy. Also staying on minimal gases. Rushing into Stim, building up his bio, getting into fast E-bays as well. All this before starport. Really what I'm getting is Radisson. This is so similar to Radisson Station. If you were watching in the last map pool, you'd be familiar with Radisson Station, which was another really unique map where players would just, the game would be a race of greed. It'd just be a game of greed. Like, how greedy could you be? How many corners could you cut? Just like what we're seeing here. Now, because the gases are so late, we skip link speed. Like, we just ignore it entirely. We're playing Roach. It's going to be Roach into Roach speed. We won't get link speed until we get up to almost full base saturation. If Dark wants to go into Ling Bane Roach Ravager later on down the line. For now, Roaches are necessary. They're required. Just in case we did go for like an earlier Hellbat push or some more aggression, like a 2-1-1. Remember, Dark doesn't know how greedy Bjorn has been. Dark is also just focusing on his own game. Bjorn likewise getting saturated. Throwing down 2 more axes. Now, because of our greed, I'm curious, as Dark is saying the cold, I'm curious if Bjorn is planning on going for an 8 Rax. Very curious. I mean, Post-Youth would not be a bad map for it. Now, catching tumors. Being as active as possible. Roaches are now on the way. Back at home, Bjorn is building up his bio army. Now getting to tank production. And the medevacs are soon to be on the way as well. And Dark is not going for any kind of committed Roach play. You can see here, Infestation Bit. This should be for the Hive Tech. And I imagine Dark wants to go from Roaches into Hydra Lurker. That is very much so available here for Dark. We'll see. We'll see if he goes for +2 range or +1 melee. That's going to be the big tell here for Dark. Whether he commits into range or goes into melee. There's Ling Speed now on the way for potential Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Into Ultra. Meanwhile, Bjorn setting up, getting his tank, 3rd base up and running. 4th TC should soon be on the way for Bjorn. Is taking gases here at his 3rd, so it's not going to be a 3 base all in from Bjorn. He's taking his gases. Yep, and there is the 4th CC. So our players are just macroing up. We macro, pal. We macro. See, chat, starport so late. Yes, that's intentional. It's just greed. it's just hyper greed from Bjorn, basically. That's why the starport's so late. Double Drop is moving out, headed for the main. Queens are in position. Able to deflect Bjorn. Bjorn is deflected. Factory on the way. Roaches are able to keep up with this though. They shut down the Hellbats. Bjorn goes for the dive. Cleaning up quite a bit of creep here on the left-hand side of the map. So many tumors go down. Bjorn still being active, but bearing in mind there's limited anti-air, there's no Hydras, there's a handful of Queens. So there's nothing to really threaten these medevacs. Can it freely drop? As we have our answer, +1 melee, not range, which means Ultras. There we go, Ling Bane Roach Ravager into Ultra for Dark. Not going towards Lurkers. Bjorn just turtling up, getting to his 4th quite freely. Should be throwing down more turrets, more bunkers. Tanks are sieging up as well. Dark is maxed out, has quite a bit of supply here in Lings and Roaches. We have to be careful, we're going in. We do commit, tank does survive. Lings are cleaned up, we don't get much done. As Dark does throw away a chunk of Lings. Again, Bjorn wants to absorb these attacks. Like, that's why Bjorn is hyper defensive right now. Lings once again diving forward. And we're not going to get much done. The bunker survives, the tank survives. Dark still testing the waters. Thankfully, only bleeding out minerals. Not throwing away gas units. Baneling's now on the way. Ultra's in production. Beyond is going for a drop. So, never mind. I was going to say he's going to be a little bit vulnerable to an attack. But he scans, he sees the Baneling's on the way. Beyond makes a choice, makes a decision to stay back at home. Sees that Dark is built up. Ultras are on the way. 4 Ultras in production. Kindness plating. Adrenal. Beyond throwing down 3 more CCs. Basically, Beyond he's waiting to absorb a blow. He's waiting to have Dark push into him, take a better fight, then go for a counterattack. Ideally, Beyond wants to bait this army in. And it's in Dark's nature to be aggressive, so at one point he will go in. We're going to commit. Speaking of, we'll take a tank shot to the face. Chipping away at those Ultras. Dark waiting for his upgrades. Kindness plating is now done. There we go for the dive. We now have Kindness plating. Bailing's not quite connecting. Sim City is brutal here. But Bailing's able to get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. But what about the army? Yeah, the army sims on forward. 16 SCVs go down, but that did cost us a good chunk of Ultras. Nice Wiles. We did get the mineral line at the same time across the map. Beyond goes for the drop. Mainly clearing up creep. As Beyond is still lacking Ghost production. Wait, do we have the Ghost Academy? We do. Okay, we do have a Ghost Academy. No Ghosts yet. Dark getting ready for a second wave. The bunker did just fall. No Banelings. The Ultras, they're going to get targeted down. Nice kiting here by Beyond. But the Lings, they bring down every single tank. Ay, ay, ay. Did not replace those bunkers. And Beyond barely has anything left. Third base was broken. The army's racing back home. Remember, he was out on the map. Not like this. And GG gets called. Dark will take game number 1. GG. A very straightforward game there. Basically, both players just were hyper greedy. Both players rushed into their maxed out armies. Beyond, he did take an initially good fight. It was unfortunate he lost so many SCVs. Like, he lost so many workers there at his base, and he also wasn't able to replace the static defense that he lost, the bunkers and the depots. So his Sim City was significantly worse for the second attack. Likewise, a lot of his army was out on the map as well. He had 3 full medevacs full of bio. If that army was back at home, I'm pretty sure we would have defended. Specifically because, I don't know if you noticed, in that second attack from Dark, no Banelings. There was 0 Banelings. It was, I think it was 2 or 3 Ultras and mainly Ling. And because of that, we were able to get on top of the tanks. But if the bio army was back at home, maybe we defend, maybe the game goes on longer from there. GG. GG, well played. We're getting into game number 2. Dark takes the lead. Now we're jumping into another vetoed map. Usually Post-Youth is vetoed. Dynasty is vetoed. Dynasty is coming up next. Okay. I'm curious to see what Dark does. On a map like Dynasty, I am very curious. Usually if a Zerg player picks Dynasty, it's for an all-in. Usually it's not for a standard game, it's not for macro. It's very difficult to macro normally in a standard way on Dynasty, so I'm curious. So we are spawning in, and in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports. Leading the series 1-0, it is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. Down in this best of 3. Can he bounce back? It is Beyond. We go. Stark is going to be expanding, taking his natural base. So we spoke about this in the previous series earlier in the quarterfinals, how the goal base here in this map is usually not taken from the Zerg side of things. trying to take this gold base as a Zerg player is not really possible, just because of Reaper aggression, drop play, and Hellions, all things that can just punish this gold base so much. So that's why I'm curious to see how Dark plays into this. Beyond should be able to take the gold, Dark cannot. It's going to be on Dark to be aggressive. Now, we have seen a lot, I'd say a lot, of Roach all-ins. We've seen a lot of Roach all-ins here on Dynasty from the side of Zerg players. So I'm leaning towards that direction here from Dark, but we'll see. Where are we going? As, Dark? Okay. I was like, what's going on? It looks like we're just checking for proxies, just in case. We're going for the triangular third. Dark had me worried for a moment there. I was like, are we going across the map? Are we like going to try to proxy hatch as a third? No. We're calming down. We're calming down. Dark, once again, gasless. Ooh, this is interesting. So it's the same build as game 1. Now, these gasless openers, they can work on post-youth, they can work on golden aura, just because your bases are a lot more closer together and secure and defendable. Here on Dynasty, it's a little bit less so. This is more risky. This is a lot more risky on a map like Dynasty. This third base is just so exposed. It's so wide open. There are 3 angles of attack here at the third. Likewise, the entrance to your natural is very wide as well, as opposed to some of these other maps. So this is a bold move by Dark. Basically, Dark is skipping link speed. He's skipping link speed in favor of a third base, a faster third. He's going to be relying on Queens to defend against the Hellions. The plus side, though, outside of us cutting corners, is that this does mean that creep does spread across the map faster. True. I wonder if that's going to be a factor here for Dark. Back at home, ooh, 1-1-1. Aggressive build here. Beyond going for a delayed third CC. Going for the gold, of course, but getting into a much faster starport into Banshee play. This could even be, I think it's a little bit too soon to say, but this could even be the beginning of something like a Hellbat push. As Beyond does confirm the build, Hellions are being reactored out. We'll see. But now starport is finishing, and do we go for the add-on swap? I imagine we will. Reaper does pull back. Hellions being active. There's the add-on swap into Banshee play. So it's going to be initially Hellion Banshee. And Banshees are ideal against Roaches. Speaking of Roaches, that's what we have. Roach Warren's on the way. That's usually what we go for with a gasless opener, just like what we saw in game 1. Is going to be Roach play. Hellions do dip in. Boys are being pulled. 2 drones go down. Oh, we get 3! 3 worker kills, not bad. And Beyond throws down another Rax. We still don't have a third CC. This is looking more and more committed here for Beyond. It is looking more committed. Stim is on the way. Hellion's still being active. Rotating around. Nice. Nice move there by Beyond. Killing the streamer by shooting his own Reaper. Do love to see it. Cheeky move there. As again, we're still looking to contain our opponents. Dark still droning. Still no lair. We're still focusing on hatch tech as we have limited gas available. And Beyond does throw down the third CC. It is a bit of a delayed third, but it's going to be on location. Into double E-base. So Beyond is not going for a 2-base all-in. I'm curious. Here how he plays this out. Roach is going for a counter-attack. We spoke about this before, but ranged units can punish this base, and that's what the Roaches are for. Just try to apply pressure. Hellions, they dive into the mineral line. With drones getting roasted, 3 workers go down at the same time. Banshee's into the main. Oh, we don't quite get the queen. Banshee does go down. At least one of them. The other will defend. Roach is being chased back. Plenty of Marines in position. Third base should be safe. But Dark is rallying. Okay, should be pulling back. Dark is going to be pulling back again. The lair just now beginning. Just now starting. Dark taking the gold as his 4th. on the other side of the wall. But this is still a really awkward game state because the gases were so late. Dark is going for a lair at what, like 6-minute timing? At around 6:30, the lair is going to be done. Delayed upgrades, delayed tech. And Beyond is now being active. He's got Stim. Hunting down Overlords. We'll hunt them down. It's going to be the second Overlord falling. Dark in position to protect his fourth. Beyond still being active, finding another Overlord. Ah, not able to get away. Beyond is going to be pushing even further. Could even try to drop into the main. Okay, goes for the boost, goes for the dive. Queen's out of position, unable to keep up. But now just clearing up creep, being as active as possible. Behind this, 4th CC's on the way for Bjorn. Getting another Overlord, going for the spawning pool. We won't quite get it. Does take some damage. Spawning pool will survive. Back at home, 4 CC on the way. 1-1, soon to be 2-2 upgrades. For the most part, we're calming things down. There was potential earlier with Banshee harass, but the Banshee did fall. Likewise, Beyond secures the gold. But now that Beyond's in this position, yeah, we can deny mining at the gold base of Dark. Let's focus out a drone. Gets another. 2 drones go down. Dark rallying in, but Beyond, he can take the fight. He can and he will. It does focus out every Roach. Ravager's trickling in. Oh, we're down to 1 Roach. Ravager gets denied. Yeah, very efficient trade here for Beyond. Trading minerals for gas. Marines for Roaches. Dark is working on the Hive. Hydra Den is done. Okay, we're thinking and leaning towards Hydra Lurker Viper. Very different composition to game 1. Gold base now up and running. Gold base is getting up. Beyond is amassing his army. As we said, Lintus, a big shout out to Dodav in the chat. Thank you so much, Bobby. Thank you so much. I noticed earlier we were in the middle of the game, but thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Gracias, Bobby. Gracias. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your emotes. Oh, we shut down the Roach. Roach is called out. Oh my god, Beyond. Not paying attention there as one of the medevacs is biled down. Thankfully, it was the empty medevac. Thankfully. But gracias, Laura. Gracias. We always appreciate the support. Meanwhile, there's a Lurker Gen on the way. Vipers as well. So again, Hydra Lurker Viper for Dark is building up. Almost maxed out. Dark, we'll have to get rid of some of these Roaches. Again, Roaches are less than ideal. They're hurting us more than anything when we do max, as they are inefficient supply. And back at home, very similar situation to game 1, where Beyond is just turtling up. We've got turrets, we've got tanks, we have CCs as well for SimCity. Depot is being thrown down, we're walling off. Sensor tower as well. Now again, this area is pretty wide open, so it's going to be difficult to defend. Beyond is setting up. Likewise, Dark getting ready for his push. Beyond going for a double drop, is spotted. And Dark does respond. Overlords are going down. We die for the mineral line. Lings have arrived, but Lings on their own are getting annihilated. Oof, a lot of Lings go down. What would you force the lift? Eventually, oh my god. Never mind. We just commit. That was a costly trade. Beyond did lose all of his Marines, but that was what? 17 Marines for 31 Lings, 7 drones, and 2 Overlords. That was a worthwhile trade for Beyond. Was a worthwhile trade. Rocks being knocked down, and Roach Hydra has arrived. No Lurkers yet. Just Roach Hydra Ravager. Tanks yet to siege. Bio army is coming in. The Biles won't connect. Behind this Dark, he's got a solid worker count. He's on 98 workers, but again, he does need to get rid of some of these Roaches. Does need to free up some of that supply. Nidus Swarm on the way. Interesting move. Let's go here would be to get into the main, if at all possible. There it is. Lurkers now in production. The Lunkers are coming. And Bjorn has secured himself not just only on 4 bases, but even expanding on the other side of the gold. Okay. Taking the Researching Gas Geyser. Taking bottom right. Expanding quite freely. I do think this southern base is a little bit more exposed, but Dark doesn't have eyes on this. Doesn't know. Now moving in. And pushing on both fronts. Files won't quite connect. Lurkers within range of the planetary. Ghosts are coming in. Snipes are going off. But is it going to be enough? No, we overextend. We overextend a little bit. 2 ghosts go down. And so will the planetary. Oh, can we save it? It's going to be close, but it looks like we cannot. Oh, it barely goes down. Planetary does fall. It's being replaced immediately. Being rebuilt. Dark does pull back. Still being active with the Road Ravager. Again, he wants to trade it out as best he can. Wants to be efficient. Nice EMP on the Vipers. I do want to favor Bjorn's army at the moment. Bjorn now with ghosts, now with tanks, and just like the previous game, like the goal here is Bjorn does want to absorb an attack. He wants to wait for Dark to overextend into him, then go for a counterattack. Victory still on the way. Oh! Wiles do connect. They graze the Bio army. Not bad. Best just coming in. We do catch some of the ghosts. The 1 ghost falls, and we get the other. We do. 2 ghosts go down. Nice pick off there from Dark. Very nice trades. Meanwhile, the Lurkers haven't been able to achieve too much yet. But again, pushing into these siege lines is difficult. Especially with Lurkers. Yeah, you can see Dark walling himself up as well. Spore Crawlers, Lurker line. Nidus would have helped when it comes to dipping between both sides of the map. Trying to set them up. But Ravager takes down the Sense Tower. We're getting is a Swarm Host. Okay. That I was not expecting. Swarm Host in production. We're bleeding out some Road Ravager, but again, we want to. Clearing up supply for 18 Swarm Hosts. Mike, that's a lot of Swarm Hosts. And that is a way to break a contain like this, or break a siege. To break this fortress that Bjorn has built. Is a way. Meanwhile, we're overextending with these Lurkers. Lurkers are getting sniped. Ghosts were ready. Nice EMP on the Infestors. Bungle doesn't quite connect. The Swarm Hosts that kept away from the scan. Rotating over, and what are we going for? These tanks are looking vulnerable. We could go for the center base. We are diving in. The Locust Wave was a little bit early. And there's the scan. Scan on the Locust. We go for the Planetary. Planetary goes down. And we don't get much more. Big snipes on the Ravagers. Like, that was an okay Locust Wave, but ideally we wanted those tanks. More Lurkers going down. The Ghost going ham. The EMP, the Vipers. Again, these Swarm Hosts have potential. And it goes both ways. 5 more Swarm. Oh my god, we're going mass Swarm Hosts? Okay. Usually we only have like a harassing force of Swarm Hosts. What's terrifying right now, if we have too many Swarm Hosts, let's have a look at the army. Yeah, our army mainly consists of Swarm Hosts right now for Dark. Is this moment right now. We just unleashed a Locust Wave. Now what do we have to defend? Not like what is left? We have 2 Lurkers and Queens. EMPs are coming in. The snipes are going off as well. And Dark just doesn't have an army. He has Swarm Hosts and they do nothing. We're breaking through the defensive line. Spore Crawlers go down. Queens go down. And we're chasing down the swarm hose. Ay, ay, ay. We trickle in with some locusts. It's not going to do much. And now we commit with Locust Wave, and all we have to do is pull back. All we have to do is just wait this out. And then once again, what does Dark have? He's making 11 more! Oh my... He's making 11 more swarm hosts. Papi, what's going on? I mean, he does have some lurkers, true. We have now 9 lurkers. That's okay, but we got plenty of ghosts. We have plenty of ghosts to deal with the lurkers. Again, lurkers, they need some support. Snipes go off. Instantly, lurkers are going down. Swarm hosts rotate around. Ghosts are coming in. Big snipes. Oh, we bait out the locust wave. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know if that was intentional or not. If it was, that was brutal and brilliant. Meanwhile, towards the south, every lurker is getting sniped. We're cleaning this army up. No snipes left, so brutal trade here, but yeah, we clean up the lurkers. Locust wave takes down, I want to say 2 tanks. But bases are falling. And Dark is in trouble. Okay, here we go. We're remaxing with Ling Bane. Thankfully. Ling Bane is going to do a little bit better than lurkers here in Swarm Host. No shot, no breathing speed! No shot! Not now, not 17 minutes into the game! Oh no. We take down 1 ghost. 1 ghost falls. Let's go. But yeah, I mean, we opened up Roach Ravager, which is why there's no bailing speed, but we're just not ready for this tech switch. Locust Wave coming in. There's a lot of potential with this. We should at least get 1 tank in the Planetary. Planetary goes down. The tank survives. Oh! Spoke too soon. There we go, we get the tank. But once again, we're just investing so much supply in this, and there's just so much dead supply now. This is why you don't go mass swarm host. Like, usually you have like a harassing force of swarm hosts. I'm talking like 15 swarm hosts at most. We have 33! Oh my god. 33 swarm hosts. It's crazy. Ling Bane is rolling in, but again, we have +1 melee, +2 melee still on the way. Like, we're not set up for Ling Bane right now. Like, our upgrades are not ideal for this. Drop towards the north, another Locust Wave coming in. I'm loving the use of Cloak here because there's no detection. There is no detection. Locust gets shut down. Oh, we could turn around on the ghosts. Oh, we get 2, we get 3. 3 ghost snipes, not bad. Not a bad Locust Wave. Okay, we're transitioning into Ling Bane Hydra, but this is still just a really desperate position for Dark. Dark, he's on 58 workers. He's on, what, just under 3 base saturation. Beyond is still expanding. Beyond has a better economy. Now, Dark does have a bank, thankfully. Like, the low drone count is okay. Like, we can be a little bit inefficient. Dark does have a super maxed army, kind of. It's mainly these swarm hosts. Locust Wave coming in from behind, trying to catch out those ghosts. They go for the dive. Ghosts are lifted. Ling Bane rolls on in. We catch the tanks. Not bad. Pretty good engagement here from Dark. Trading well. I guess that's the plus side of these swarmers, is we have kept them alive and they gain value over time. Getting a couple of tanks here and there, a couple of ghosts here and there. It is efficient. But we leave ourselves vulnerable, and I don't think there's a way we can save the space. Space is going to be knocked down. And it's one of those things where I guess we can afford to lose some bases here and there. Like, Dark has a massive bank, but it's only the case for so long. Planetary does fall. Solid snipe here from Dark. Gets a Planetary. A wall of spine crawlers on the way. Dark engaging with his Ling Bane. Tanks a little bit late to siege. Nice splits here from Bjorn. He shuts down the Banelings. Fighting off a creep like this, less than ideal. And Bjorn should be able to shut down this hatchery. But it's taking him some time. And can we get another base? Can we catch another Planetary? Locust Wave coming in. Tanks forced to unsiege. We got 1, we're getting 2 tanks. Not bad. Getting a third and a fourth tank as well. Big pickups. A fifth tank. The 5 tanks go down. Meanwhile, ghosts are getting caught out. We're getting ready for another Locust Wave in a couple of seconds. But again, we're trading a base for a base. Dark, he's got half a base mining here. 9 drones, is rotating over towards the right hand side. But again, like Dark, he has a bank. It's okay. Another planetary falls. I'm waiting for, like, I feel like Beyond should be a little bit more active. Like, sure, he gets a base here, but I feel like we need to be hunting down these swarm hosts. We need to be a little bit more proactive here in these moments when the local saves pop out. And here we go. Now we're pushing. Now we're going for the swarm host. Ling Bane catching some ghosts. And Medivacs as well. Ooh, Bjorn. Really rough rally there. But there we go. Bjorn, he shuts down top left, and now he's shutting down bottom right. Now Bjorn is getting in control. Local save going for the main army. We do have some Hellbats. And what do we get done here? We managed to catch 2 ghosts in a tank. 3 ghosts. Every ghost counts. Like, Bjorn does not have a bank. Bjorn has limited mining. Now just when we shut down, you can see Dark long distance mining even. But he's running out of resources here. Like, this is the only mining base for Dark currently. If the game goes on longer, that will be a factor. That's a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. Local save is reset. We're diving in. And we do get on top of the tanks. Once again, a decent trade. Hydra's coming in from behind as well, going for the libs. Going for the liberators. 2 liberators go down. Big tank volleys. That's 25 drones falling at the same time. Beyond, he keeps pushing towards the south. We have 14 more swarm hosts. Oh my god. Okay. I would kind of want to see more Ling Hydra, not gonna lie. I feel like Ling Hydra would do us a little bit better here. But sure, 13 more swarm hosts. Just double down. Pure swarm host. I feel like we're getting to that point where the army is just gonna be nothing but swarm host. Dark, calm down. Hydras, they catch out a couple. Like, see, like again, if we had some Ling Hydra here, like we can catch out so many tanks and ghosts. Oh, that's pushing forward. So I want to see 42 swarm hosts. 42. We have more swarm hosts than anything else for Dark. Like, we have what? 15 drones, 15 Hydras, 1 Baneling. At this point, I feel like we need to stagger Locust waves. Like, if we're doing this, if we're playing mass swarm hosts, we need to stagger some waves. We cannot just like send them all out at once, otherwise we do leave ourselves vulnerable here to Bjorn. We have to be very careful with how and when we send out these waves. As Bjorn is re-expanding, taking these bases on the right-hand side. We send everything out. This is a little bit dangerous. Again, because this means that so much supply is doing nothing right now. The base does full. Bjorn rotating over. We're looking to catch the army. Remember, it's only a handful of... it's 15 Hydras. Snipes are going off without any Ling Bane. Oh, no. It's happening again. As Bjorn is going to chase a Dark down, and he's going to bleed out everything. Big snipes here on the Hydras. Locust Wave is almost ready. We're racing back. Need a couple more seconds. There we go. 30 Lings on the way. Okay, Locust Wave is ready. Oh, we're going to be spending the entire Locust Wave once again. Which means once again there's going to be a window. There is going to be a window here. A massive window. The Locust Wave is about to run out. What do we get for it? We get like a handful of Hellbats. Oh. And now what do we have? Now we push. Now we send it, Papi. Send it, Bjorn. Punish him. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, we got some infestors in production. Let's go. Infestors on the way. We're trying to amass some Roach Hydra. Locust Wave is now reset. We took a little bit too long this time. Locust Wave coming in, but we catch the Hydras. Big moment there for Bjorn. Caught the Hydras, Locust Wave. Not achieving too much here. We got some Lunkers on the way. Bjorn still mining, can still sustain himself, can even take this center base. And even the northern bases as well. And remember that bank that Dark had? Remember he had like 8k, 5k bank? It was something crazy like that. Not anymore. Again, Dark hasn't been mining. Dark, he has no economy. He's been denied base after base. And Dark has some gas, but he's running out of minerals. Running out of resources. In this war of attrition, Bjorn has just been so much more efficient. Ghost coming in, sniping more roaches, sniping more lurkers. Oh, we're gonna catch the Locust, the Swarm Host as well. Yeah, the Marines, they just stim and they win. They shut down the Locust. They catch a couple of Swarm Hosts as well. But yeah, against Mass Swarm Host, Mass Marine can do quite well. We have built up our lurker counts. How many lurkers do we have? 7. 7 lurkers. Double expanding, taking top left and... No, yeah, just single expanding. Taking top left. Snipes going up, lurkers going down. And we want to shut down the Locust Wave. And Dark is now staggering them. Do love to see it. Sending out a couple of Locusts at a time. Trading a little bit better. We do catch some ghosts. Oh. One ghost falls. But once again, we have no Locust Wave left, and we can push. Bjorn can counterattack. We're down to 4 lurkers. Snipes going off. Bjorn establishing another base. Dark rotating around. Oof. Big tank volley is going off. Oh, the Infestor goes down. You're up position there for the Infestor. Locust Wave diving on the tanks. Does catch one, does deny the CC. But again, like, we're not really achieving too much here. Meanwhile, across the map, we find the last mining base. Drones are going down. The hatchery is denied. 13 workers fall. Dark down to 0 drones, 0 economy. What you see is what you get. And I mean, again, like, this is an efficient army, true. But it's not great. it's not amazing here. We attempt to dive on the army. We stim ahead of time. Locust Wave does get a tank and a handful of Marines. GG gets called. We have nothing left, and Bjorn ties up the series 1-1. GG. The hell did we just watch? Alright, that was great. You know, that was a very unique game. I expect some nonsense on Dynasty. This was not quite what I expected when we saw Dark initially make the Swarm Host and double down on the Swarm Host. There's potential, and what I will say is that there was a period where Dark was doing well with them, right? Like, it wasn't all bad. There were moments where Dark was sniping planetaries and sniping bases towards the, like 10 minutes ago. That was a long game. But there were moments there where the Swarm Hosts were doing well for themselves. That is true, that is true. But again, like, there's a reason why whenever we go Swarm Host, we cut it a little bit earlier than 45. Dark. Just so we can harass like that, right? Like, I feel like you can achieve the same amount of damage that Dark was doing with his counterattacks by shutting down planetaries. You could have achieved with like half the Swarm Host count. And then outside of that, then you can have something a little bit more robust with your Lingbane Hydra, with your lurkers, maybe Broodlord Infestor, you know, pick your poison, right? Depending on like what kind of composition you want to be working with. Dark instead doubled down with Mass Swarm Hosts, and it was fun, don't get me wrong, but we also saw like how vulnerable you can be playing that kind of style. Even when you stagger your Locust Waves as well, like it's still just such an awkward army to work with, and it's also quite fragile as well. As you saw, whenever there were like these big lulls, and whenever we didn't have a Locust Wave available, like those are some rough moments for Dark, where Beyond would have suddenly so much momentum to just chase him down and assert his dominance, and GG. GG, well played. With that, we're diving into game number 3. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. Dark is an animal, legend. He is an animal, and that's why we love him. Like, you know, you're not gonna see Reina or Cyril doing stuff like this, you know? Whether, you know, good or bad, you know, this is the Dark that we deserve. The Dark that we need. The Dark that we love. It's beautiful. GG, well played. We're jumping in. I mean, he's only on 14 drones. He can afford to have much supply in Stormhost. Kind of. I mean, he had a bank, sure, but unfortunately he had no bases because he had no map control, because he had no army to work with. Regardless, we're getting into our ace match, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports. Having a very unique style on Dynasty. I don't blame him, it's Dynasty, of course. But we have Dark. Can we bounce back? Can we take the series? As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. Able to tie things up with now momentum. Can he take the entire series and advance on to the grand finals? It is Beyond. As a reminder, this is a semifinals match, and we're here in the ace match. The final game of this series, one way or another. One of these two players will advance, the other will be eliminated, and we're going for a 2-Rax Reaper opener. Let's go. Beyond opening up 2-Rax Reaper, there are different variations of this. You could go for a 3rd Rax in the main for 3-Rax Reaper. That is also viable. For now, 2 Raxes from Beyond. The goal here is to mass up a handful of Reapers, get across the map, delay the 3rd base. If we don't delay the 3rd base, punish the 3rd base, and try to get ahead. Try to get ahead economically as we expand behind it. That's what I would say. What I just said about how we don't see 3-Rax too often, there's a 3rd Rax. 3-Rax Reaper, let's go. So Beyond is going to be more committed. This is still not all in. Bear this in mind. This is still not all in, but it is committed nonetheless. The goal now changes. The goal now becomes, it isn't just about denying the 3rd, it's about sniping queens and getting drone kills. So we are committing to Mass Reaper. Dark once again opening up Gasless. Okay, interesting. Dark has gone for this opener every single game. And there's a bit of a give and take here. Specifically in this scenario, as we're opening up Gasless, this means that Dark has faster queens. He has the faster 3rd base, he has faster queen production, but it also means no link speed. Without link speed, we will not be able to shut down these Reapers ahead of time. We won't be able to get a surround and really break them. It means that Beyond has map control. He has map control, but can he actually get economic damage done? With the abundance of queens we're going to be having, it's going to be difficult. As Beyond, doesn't quite get the link. Let's dance with the army. Barely catching one link towards the end. Spine crawlers on the way. Again, Dark, he needs that spine as he won't have link speed. Roaches are amassing, as Dark does confirm the 3rd Rax. So the spine crawler is going to be crucial. Likewise, we have to maintain our queens as well. 3rd base is about to finish. And again, because the 3rd was so quick, it's already done, which means we should be able to save it as creep is spreading and the queens are on the way. Behind this, Beyond expanding back at home. But again, this 3-Rax Reaper needed to get more damage done, and this is just not enough. Not yet. Can we catch a queen? Oh! Almost. The queen is so low. Links are amassing. Clutch transfuse. Keeps the queen alive. Dark shuffling his queens around. It does pull back the weakened queen, and again, so far it does maintain himself. We up to how many? 8 Reapers. We catch a tumor, diving into the main. Going for the mineral line, catching a queen. Up! And do we have a transfuse? We do! Just barely. All the queens somehow survive. The drones are finally going down. Finally, some damage being done. We catch 4 workers in the main. But there's no way out. Can we escape? Oh! Still only 4 drones. Queens are cornering the Reapers. Lings are lying in wait on the low ground. And it looks like, can we slip away? That's not gonna happen. We're catching more drones. It's gonna be a one-way trip. It's like 5 drone kills in total, but we shut this down. And now Dark can drone. Dark, he can just saturate his bases freely. Oh, never mind. Catching another drone. Clutch transfuse. More Reapers on the way. Still no Ling speed. Bear that in mind. Still no gases. But we have plenty. How many queens do we have? 9 queens! Oh my god. 9 queens for Dark. We have it defended. We can now drone. Likewise, Bjorn now saturating his bases and going for a 3rd CC. 3rd CC into double E-base. So we're going to be backing up. Focusing on our economies. Bjorn catching another tumor. Looking at the trades here. 7 Reapers for 5 drones and 2 Lings. This was a better trade for Dark. Was a better trade here for the Zerg player. We did need more damage. So Dark is going to be able to stabilize and drone up. Bjorn, likewise, is going to have to play some catch-up. He's going to have to play catch-up. He will have a stim timing, true, but because he's rushing into double eBay and a 3rd CC, he has been skipping marine production. He's been intentionally skipping marine production to be able to afford everything else, so we're not really going to hit a stim timing. As we have 1 marine. That's our army right now. So our stim is going to finish, but we're going to just move past it. And get into our 3rd. Which means it's going to be a little bit more of a passive mid-game here. We're just going to calm things down, drone up, Roach Horns on the way. Queens are keeping up with the rotations. 4th base now thrown down for Dark. And the game will settle. The game will settle. I would give the edge to Dark here in this game state. Just because, again, Bjorn delayed so much and now has a lot of catching up to do. If Dark had committed to like a Roach timing from here, Bjorn would be in trouble. But if not, then we could go for a longer game. Hopefully with less Swarm Host. Which I'm sure is going to be the case. So now we're just building up our Bio Army. Getting into our add-on swap into Medevacs. Once the Medevacs pop out, then we can go for some drop play. We can be active. We can try to shut down Overlords. Go for some mineral lines. Speaking of, Reapers do dive in. They go for the dive. They do catch a couple of drones. 3 drones go down. It's an okay trade. 4 drones for 3 Reapers. That's okay. Not bad. Meanwhile, Dark isn't delaying his upgrades for too long. I'm referring to Link Speed. If you remember in the previous games, Link Speed was delayed a little bit more heavily here. This time we're going to be prioritizing it. Trying to keep up with the speed of Bjorn. Infestation bits on the way. That's going to be for the Hive Tech. I say for Hive Tech, now I can't rule out Swarm Hosts. True that it could be for Swarm Hosts. I mean, we have +1 range on the way. It shouldn't be for Swarm Hosts. It should be for Hive Tech. We'll see. Now I have to second guess myself. Like, I don't know. It's Dark. Anything is possible. Bjorn simming across the map, going for the queens. Clutch transfuse. Oh! And barely keeping the queens alive. 1 queen goes down, but we do hold. Bathing Nest on the way. Yeah, more roaches amassing, which means, yep, it's for the Hive. Okay. It's not for Swarm Host, it's for the Hive Tech. It's going to be for Adrenal, for potentially Ultra Play. As we sim in once again, going for the queens. We catch 2, we catch 3. Barely 2. 2 queens go down. Dark does hold the line. And behind this, Bjorn's still just building up. 4 CC now in production. Gases have been taken, so Bjorn is not going for a 3-base all-in. Is macroing up. which means Dark will get away with this hive tech. Will get away with it. So we dive into the mineral line. Oh, do react in time. Able to pull away. This is the power here of drop play against roach heavy styles, is there's no hydras. No hydras, no spire, no mutants, no corruptors. We're a little bit more free to drop, but Dark is in position. And Queen's rotating over as well. Dark has split up his army. He's ready for this. Drop going for the third instead, where Dark is actually not prepared. Not bad. Catching a couple of drones. Secondary army moving out. Vipers are on the way. We spoke about Ultras before. There it is. Ultra Cavern has been thrown down. So Lingbane Roach Ravager into Ultra. Very similar to Game 1, if you remember. Game 1 on Post-Youth. Same style from Dark. As we are going for those melee upgrades. Meanwhile, Beyond this entire time has been building up his tank count. And how many tanks do we have? We have 5. 5 tanks, 3 tanks with the main army. Another reinforcing. Pushing deep onto creep at the same time. Dark going for a massive counterattack. When the SCVs are exposed. Not much of them to defend. Workers are going down, and Beyond, he races back. Oh my god, he turns around. Beyond, he turns all the way back home. Bleeds out a tank. Doesn't lose many SCVs. But the push was delayed. The entire push was delayed, and this gives Dark time to mass up Banelings, get into his upgrades, and max out. And now we're diving in. The tanks are exposed. We dive on the Bio Army. Tanks are going down. The Marines, they do trade well for themselves, forced to pick up, but Dark holds. At the same time, dropping to the main, also cleaned up. Dark loses a lot of creep, but can replace that, can rebuild. And Biani missed his timing. Now working on 3-3. Ghost Academy. Headed for a longer game. Meanwhile, Ultras have arrived. Vipers are coming out as well. Dark with a pretty comfortable army. His creep is still lacking on the left-hand side. It's still lacking as we're going for the hatchery. Where we don't quite get it. Barely does survive. It costs us every single Marine. But the hatchery lives. He does live. Beyond ready for another double drop. Hopefully we can rotate Queens over to defend. Ooh, as the Ultras are stuck. They do break out. Ultras do manage to break out. Do we have any Queens left? Ooh, we have 1 Queen. I was curious. I was like, we haven't been able to respread any of that creep, but that's because we have only a single Queen. They were shut down earlier. We haven't replaced them. Instead, Dark going for a massive push. Massive blinding clouds here on those tanks. Tanks are shut down. Bio's zoned away. We're going for the mineral line. And we do break in. SCVs are going down at the same time. The double jump across the map does get a kill on the hatchery. Hatchery does fall. But it may not matter. 22 SCVs go down. Beyond not content. Does get the Baneling Nest. Not bad. Hatches the Baneling Nest. Threads the hatchery. Dropping into the main. Meanwhile, across the map, looks like Dark is pulling back home. But the drop is running out of steam. Good position here between the mineral lines, the mineral patches. It's going for the hatchery. Getting low, going for the queen. Oh, that was the final queen. No more queens, no more injects or creep. We're still on 4 bases. Dark barely sustaining himself. Power bombs. Shut down the medevac. But this is still very close. Sure, Dark has Ultras and Vipers, but Beyond has 3-3. So that 3-3 does have a decent base count as well. Still in 4 bases. 4 base versus 4 base. Beyond turning back around. Still being active with his drops. Oh. But the bases are getting low. We can't even transfuse. Again, there's still no queens. That back did fall. And with our limited anti-air, these Liberators are going to wreak havoc across the map. Spores doing what they can. Liberator being annoying. Vipers should eventually come in for a power bomb. Beyond taking another base. Now, as Beyond takes the center base, he will be exposing himself, and Dark can take a fight. As he does push out with his Vipers. No tanks, a handful of Widow Mines. We're going for the Blinding Clouds. And that's Blinding Cloud here on the ramp, but we have another. Does cover the tank. And we're looking to chase Beyond down. Not too many Banelings once again. We're zoning Beyond away from the third base. Ultra's pushing into the natural. Banelings towards the mineral line. And can we land a Foggle? Massive Foggle! Massive connection. Oh, is it going to be enough? It barely is. Yeah, the Roaches, they barely break through. 43 SCVs go down. We bust into the natural base. Workers are falling left and right. We have a lot of Widow Mines. Oh my god. Mass Widow Mine connections on one Ultra. Ultra goes down. But we have crippled the economy. We cannot touch the Planetary. Planetary does stand strong. So Beyond still has that one mining base. But he's down to 32 SCVs. Dark pulls back. He's remaxing. That one Liberator being so annoying. Ay, ay, ay. Finally going to be cleaned up. Dark back to 3 base saturation. Oh my god. We're fine. We don't need workers. We're fine. As we go for a massive mule hammer here at the fresh mining base. Oh my god. Solid 11 mules from Beyond. Yeah, we're okay. At least for now. I mean, Dark is going to be the first to max out. He's focusing on his Lingbane Ultra. Beyond needs time for these mules to really kick in. To get his production going. Beyond does need time. So he is retaking all these bases. Filling up some creep. How many ghosts are we on? We're on 14 ghosts. 14 ghosts so far. Mules are about to run out. +3 is on the way for a very long time. Beyond has had a massive upgrade advantage, but 3-3 now finishes up here for the Zerg player. We are committed to these thing run-bys. Beyond's keeping up. Rock's being knocked down, and can we finally go for the Planetary? It's going to be risky. We go for the Sensor Tower for now. Pulling back. Dark maxed out. Beyond about to max out himself. Still a very tense moment between both players. Still very tense. Dark just finished up a Hydra Den, so he can work towards Hydra Lurker play. Yeah, +2 range on the way. Is thinking about those Hydras. Yeah, Hydra range as well. Working towards a more mobile army with anti-air. And it looks like we're just content to calm down. just chill out. It's a pullback. More than anything, it looks like Dark is just waiting for Beyond to push onto creep. But it's not happening. So Beyond is now able to benefit from the more tentative play here from Dark. 2 more starports. This should be for, I imagine, Liberator production for Beyond, which would be amazing. Even if we get into the Hydras right now, like, the Hydras are still a little bit lackluster. When maxed out, we don't have room for them. Liberators will be a good addition. Now, Dark going for the dive. Mind shots going off. Good positioning here from Beyond. His force back. Rallying over. And we've been here before, where Bjorn is hoping to kind of absorb one of these attacks of Dark. Oh! Oh my god. She reaction time. She'll bait it out. And once Bjorn takes a favorable fight, then you can go for a counterattack. There's a fusion core on the way that should be for Liberator range. EMP's connecting. And not the best huggles. Does trade better here, forcing back the army, clearing up creep. Also a good moment for Bjorn, but we go for the surround. And we catch a ghost. One ghost to one ultra. Not the best trade from Dark. Neural's on the way. Both Hydra upgrades are done. No Lurker Den, so we're not ready for a Lurker switch. +3 range on the way. Oh, here come the Vipers. I mean, sorry, here come the Ghosts. The Fungal! And the Ghosts that punish. Massive chunk of Ghosts go down. A really good fight for Dark. How many was that? That was 5 Ghosts. How many do we have left? 9. So a very nice catch from Dark. Able to surround those ghosts. Meanwhile, we're getting into our Liberator production that we did mention before. But without any ghosts, Dark, he can be a little bit more assertive here. It does push forward until the ghosts arrive. Dark being forced back. Triple jump on the left-hand side, going for the fringe bases. Dark not quite in position to defend. Dark rolling in towards the planetary, trading a base for a base. We take down the hatchery, but we also lay claim to this planetary. As they crash in, 20 SCVs go down. And sure, Bjorn killed the hatchery, but didn't get the workers. Not get the drones. Stronger moment for Dark. As I say that, a couple of workers are found out. 7 drones in total. Forced to pick up and get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, Bjorn expanding on the right-hand side, taking another base. Bjorn with the low worker count is going for a super maxed army. So Bjorn is up in army supply. At the same time, Dark pushing right through the middle. Right down the center, going for the third base, has the high ground. Liberators late to siege. Dark will pull back. Headed for the third and the main base production. Really nice movement there, sniping that one ultra. But Ling Bane is flooding in. Dark has to be careful to be sandwiched. Bjorn trying to collapse on the army, takes Banelings to the face. Will eventually force this back, but Dark, he wants those ghosts. The friendly fire! Oh my god, catching some of those ghosts in the end. And it looks like we're breaking through the main army. Reinforcements are on the way. Bjorn is barely holding on. But we have more Lings. We have more Lings flooding in. And Dark, he has too much. Has broken the main army. Fusion core goes down. Camping the starports. And GG gets called. Dark has done it. He breaks through and he will take the series 2-1. Advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played. A really wild series. Again, the highlight for me was still Dynasty. Dynasty was wild. it was a wild game that we saw. And it's really all that I wanted between Dark and Bjorn. Some nonsense, probably some nonsense. Here on Oceanborn, it was a little bit different. Initially, Bjorn opened up 3 racks, if you remember, 3 racks Reaper, and he wasn't able to achieve too much with it. He did fall behind early on, and it allowed Dark to get quite comfortable as well. On top of that, we saw a big moment when Bjorn went for his first tank push and he got dragged back home. He got delayed and Dark was able to have his way with the army. Did feel more so like Dark was a lot more comfortable here in the ace match. And Bjorn was barely able to hold on. Wasn't able to really apply too much pressure or harass too many bases. I mean, there was some Liberator harass which was doing quite well, but yeah, outside of that, GG. GG, well played. Dark advances on into those finals. Beyond is eliminated. And now we are here to determine who faces off against Dark in those finals. We have our next series, our next semifinals. It's going to be a PvT between Hero and Gumiho. Let's go. It's going to be that PvT. Again, Hero earlier took down Trap in the quarterfinals, and Gumiho took down Classic in the quarterfinals. So Gumiho already warmed up in the Terran versus Protoss. Oh, I have to fix this up. Weibo Gaming. Hero is not a Zerg player. There we go. And we're jumping in. Jumping into our next series and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Goldenara, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. WPG. Hello, Mr. SCV. As Gumiho is sending his first SCV across the map. I imagine just going for an eBay bluff, but never mind. We are hiding intentionally towards the left-hand side, going for the proxy Rax. As Rax was not thrown down back at home, so a bit of a spicier start here from Gumiho. Going for the proxy. Hero, meanwhile, going for a standard opener. And is going to be checking with his probe. I believe he's rallied towards the left-hand side. I did see that earlier. No, never mind. Okay. Not quite rallied. We're going to be heading out across the map. Going for the probe scouts. Meanwhile, the Rax is soon to finish. Gumiho going for the double gas opener. I don't think we have room for a tech lab here. I think it's just going to be Reaper. Just going to be Reaper into a bunker on the low ground, I imagine. More of a standard one Rax proxy. Probe moves out across the map. Probe will confirm that the Rax is missing, and we can see that, of course, we have that Reaper on the way. And the SCV is actually turning back around. Interesting. So usually you would use this SCV to try to get behind the mineral line or into the mineral line to throw down a bunker to delay mining. To help support this Reaper, but instead we're turning back around. Okay, so a little bit less committed. Factory's on the way. Hero does confirm. Let's confirm the factory. Reaper moving out. And we are going to be settling in back at home as the Rax is floating back. Reaper dips in. Boys are being pulled. Stalker is on the way, and how many probe kills can we get? Up! Almost get this round. One probe goes down. We get one, and we get a second probe as well. Very nicely done here by Gumiho. And here, he took a risk. He pulled a lot of workers. So 2 probe kills and lost mining time. Pretty worthwhile here for Gumiho. Very nice damage. As we have yet to invest into our tech. Gumiho going for the CC on the high ground. Hero does confirm. He now knows it's not a one-base all-in. And he also confirms the starport follow-up. So no additional second and third racks. A more standard follow-up here from Gumiho. So Rax is floating back home. And we're calming things down. Meanwhile, when it comes to our take of choice, it's going to be a Robo opener. Okay, this has been a lot more popular amongst the Korean Protosses. I haven't seen too many of the European Protosses go Robo in PvT, as often as Twilight Council and Stargate. But with this Robo opener, it's just very safe way to play. It can give you an early Immortal early on. It can allow you to be aggressive with a Warp Prism. It can lead into a fast Bay, into fast Colossus production. The downside is that we are a little bit less active compared to Blink Stalkers and Phoenixes. It means we can't be as aggressive as we otherwise would like to be with other openers. Just a lot more safer. A lot more safer here for Hero. I don't blame him. Against Gumiho, I feel like safe play is warranted. Oh, as we are not going for the fast Bay, we're going for the Forge and a Twilight Council. So just prioritizing the Robo into an Observer. Hallucination is moving out. Hero a lot more concerned about scouting than anything. Scouting in that vision. So just slip in, we get eyes on the production, we confirm it's not mech. Drop into the main. And it's only the one Widow Mine. We do pull in time and... Oh no! Oh, we didn't misjudge. 2 probes go down. Phew, that could have been so much worse. 2 probes from 1 mine. Good damage there by Gumiho. He also gets eyes on everything in the main base, the Twilight Council and the Forge. And the Robo. Now, what I mean by mech is, if you were watching a couple of weeks ago, Gumiho did play in Stars War 11, did play against Showtime, and Gumiho did play mech in that TVP, and he actually beat Showtime with mech as well. That's how unorthodox Gumiho is. I don't want to, like, pull that off as being like, oh, no, yeah, we see mech all the time. No, it's just... It's Gumiho. And Maru as well. Maru did it as well that weekend. Thankfully, the summon's going to be Bio, and Hero, of course, confirmed that. Blackbear's catching up, almost catching the medevac. Bearing in mind that Hero did skip Blink, is going to charge, +1. Those safety immortals as well. Meanwhile, Gumiho back at home, getting into his own Bio play, his Bio tank. As Stim is almost done, and we are moving out. Now, the Observer, I believe, yeah, did spot the move out. Hero is aware. As the army moves out, Hero is moving in. We're going straight for the main base. With those charge lots, or currently slow lots. Can we deny Stim? No shot! Stim! It's going to be denied. We're going to force around. It's going to be shut down. Massive pickoff, which means this push is with Vanilla Marines. Still terrifying. Still breaking through. Oh my god. Still breaks through, gets off the shield battery at the same time across the map. SCVs are going down. That's 16 SCV kills. Oh my god. 21 SCVs go down. We have the 1 immortal back at home to defend. We can lose a 3rd. We can afford to lose a 3rd base. Hero just has to slow things down. He has crippled the economy. He's going for the dive. Overcharge is popped. Oof. But he cannot break through. Yeah, the overcharge a little bit too far back. That the Nexus is gonna fall. Hero just waiting for reinforcements, waiting for another warping of Zealots. And now we're diving in. Big tank shots going off. The first tank goes down. The Hero will clean this up. Now, Gumiho did get a base, but again, he's down to 24 SCVs. And he has no Stim. Wait, has he rebuilt it? Oh, he rebuilt the tech lab, but has not restarted Stim yet. You could argue that if Stim wasn't sniped, Gumiho would have killed this base and probably could have kept going. Probably could have actually pushed into the natural as well, and may have ended the game. If Hero was unsuccessful. But last Hero holds on. Does hold. Observer does check as well, confirming that we're still on 2 bases, that we've built up an army. Stim is being rebuilt as we speak. And Hero is actually the one moving out. Now, I believe Hero should only be moving out to contain. I don't think Hero intends to commit. We may just expand. Yeah, we're just expanding behind this. Liberators into the main. Hero does rush in with his Zealots. Bit of an overextension. Don't think that was intentional. But Hero can try to snipe those tanks. For a moment, I was like, can he snipe Stim again? It's crazy. He's being zoned away. As we dive on the prison, we dive on the Immortals. Hero not paying attention, was focused elsewhere. Was focusing on his defense back at home, and he does drop the ball. GG gets called. The Immortals go down, and Gumiho takes game 1. Oh my god. GG. That was such a clutch initial defense by Hero, but oh my god. To bleed out your Immortals like that, what does that mean? That means that when Stim kicks in, Gumiho pushes. And what does Hero have to defend? He just lost 2 Immortals and a Prism. GG. GG, well played. An abrupt end to that game, but a brutal loss there for Hero. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Gumiho takes the lead in the series. It was a very, very wild game, very intense. Gumiho takes the lead, and now the pressure is on Hero to bounce back. And what is it with today? What is it with the... I mean, this is why I love casting some Korean StarCraft. You know what? They're not afraid. They have no fear. Once again, Dynasty. I'm casting more Dynasty tonight than I have like in the past like 2 months of StarCraft. It's crazy. Oh my god. Give us more Dynasty. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Dynasty, we have our South Korean Terran player. The blue Terran representing Cloud9, leading the series 1-0. 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. Catching him. Korean StarCraft League is GSL, right? No, the Korean StarCraft League is the Korean StarCraft League. GSL is the global StarCraft League. So they are two different events, just as a heads up. I believe GSL is also ongoing over on, or may have already concluded. I believe they stream that on YouTube. If you're curious. Who's gonna have the balls to bunker Hero? Do you really want to deal with the consequences? True. Just catching up. Just catching up. As Hero is gonna be walling up here at the Reaper Cliff. Again, we should mention the map as well. Talk about Dynasty. There is a pocket gold base, but in this matchup, it is unwise to take it, at least as the Protoss player. So Hero is taking the natural. He is avoiding the gold for at least a little bit longer. He might take this as a third or most likely a fourth base later on down the line on the right-hand side. Hero does take the standard base. Meanwhile, Gumiho going for the gold. We saw this earlier. If you remember, we casted Gumiho versus Classic on this very map. And if you remember, I recommend watching the VODs. It was a wild game. Classic scouted this, and he responded with Proxy Void Ray. With mixed success. I say mixed success to be nice. It fell on its face. Gumiho shut it down. The Proxy Void Ray was an interesting response, but did not quite have a lot of success. I'm curious what Hero does instead, as he does confirm the gold. Hero does confirm the gold base. Is aware once again going for a Robo Opener. I mentioned this before, but Robo Openers have been quite trendy amongst the Korean Protosses. Here's a safe way to play. But I imagine this time... Okay, so if you remember last game, Hero went Robo first into an Observer, into Detection, into later on a Zealot drop. This could be for a Prism first for Adept Harass across the map. I wouldn't be opposed to that. We shall see. As additional gateways are on the way, Gumiho wasn't quite able to confirm whether it was Blink, Stargate, or Robo. Gumiho is in the dark. And show us our unit of choice. What do we start with? What do we begin with here? Do we go for the Observer, the Prism, or the Immortal? And there's the Prism! Yeah, I do appreciate this. So this is a really nice way to try to punish the goal base. Just because initially with regular units, sure you can deny mining time, but with the Prism you can hop over the wall and actually kill the SEVs. Adepts are rallying across the map. Hellions do manage to catch them. So they do trade with those Adepts, chipping away the HP. SEVs are forced away. Again, we deny mining time, but it's about more than that as the Prism is making its way across the map. Back at home, we're getting into our 1-1-1. Cyclones have been spawned in. Maneuvering around. They could try to snipe the Prism as well. There is potential. Could go for the Prism. The army is out of the map. Meanwhile, Hero going straight for the natural. And how many gates do we have? 3. We can warp in 3 units at a time. The wall is going to be knocked down and we can reinforce. There we go, 3 more Stalkers on the way. We're knocking down the front door, and Gumiho is across the map. We're going for a base trade. A kind of wild base trade this early on. We came with a production. Deepers are going down. Oh, Stalker recalled over the wall, but I believe it did fall. Tank is on the way. Boys are being pulled. Can we save the tank? Tank comes in. And it's being focused down. Yeah, there's no repairs, no saving the tank. The prism is shut down. And with that, we should be able to defend. We should be able to clean this up at the same time across the map. Gumiho busting into the natural. Yeah, solid juggling here by Gumiho. Saving the Cyclones. Probes are going down. Across the map, we get 13 SCV kills. Chaos everywhere. But Gumiho, he's busting in. The probes are lighting up. Oh my god. That's Gumiho. He shuts down the Stalkers. Across the map, we still have Adepts in the main. Gumiho also busting into the main base. And reinforcing Stalkers on the way. So many workers going down on both sides. Nice juggling here from Gumiho. Shuts down another Stalker. And another. That final Stalker is so low. Once again, it gets shut down. Oh my god, and is this it? Is this too much? We have one Stalker left. I mean, everything's within one-shot range. the counter juggling. Let's go. The one Stalker cleans up the drop. Heading into the natural. And we are down to 10 probes. 10 probes left for Hero. He's got 10 probes, 1 Stalker, 3 Adepts, and a Dream. We got more Adepts on the way. What do we have across the map? Okay, we have 1 tank in the main. We have Cyclone production. Ooh, we are lacking add-ons here at the natural, so making 1 Marine at a time. Very little to work with. We do have 1 base saturation. We do have a better economy, but our production is lacking. Again, we're lacking add-ons. We're lacking Raxes. We are supply blocked. Now is not the time. Massive supply block here for Gumiho, and we're coming in. Adepts, they do take a big volley to the face. Can we get on top of that tank? We're committing. We're committing to the shade. Boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. The tanks have some big shots here on the Zealots. But we're getting on top of it. The tank is going to go down. Repairs not in time. The tank falls, and now it's down to 1 Cyclone. 1 Cyclone left. So many SCVs going down. We go for a big warping of Zealots. These are slow lots. Can we micro? Can we... the Stalker. The Stalker comes in. The Cyclone goes down. The repair's not in time. GG gets called, and Hero ties us up. The hell did we just watch? GG. GG, well played. Hero does tie us up 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Oh my god. GG. We're going all the way to game number 3 here again. Hero, he went down to 10 workers. He barely had anything to work with, but Gumiho was supply blocked. And Gumiho, he was supply blocked, so he couldn't actually produce anything from his starport. He had limited production to begin with as well. He had potential. If the game went on longer, Gumiho most likely wins. If the game goes on any longer, Gumiho, he stabilizes. He's on 2 bases, 2 CCs, 2 orbitals. He would be able to recover and take the game from there. Hero was completely all in. And with that, we're going to game 3. Let's go. Let us go. Oh my god. It comes down to this. It comes down to Amphion. A game of StarCraft. Truly a game on Dynasty. True. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is Hero. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. Here we go. There we go. It all comes down to this, the final game of the series. One way or another, the series will end. And Amphion is another interesting one. Now, because we're loading into Amphion, Blink Stalker play is very uncommon. And, I mean, to be fair, Hero has been opening up Robo every game so far in this series. So it could be another Robo opener. It could be a Stargate opener. Stargate play is quite common here on Amphion. The reason for this is because of the terrain, you can't blink. You can't blink into the main base, it's not possible. You can blink here into the natural, but to blink into the natural, it's a very narrow choke point here, or you'd have to come in from the left-hand side, which also, it's a bit of an awkward road to get here, mining through minerals, breaking down rocks. So because of that, usually we see either a Robo or a Stargate from the side of Protoss. Because of that, because Blink Stalker play is a little bit less common, Gumiho can use that to his advantage. Oh. As he opens up with a single gas geyser, but he opens up racks into Factory. Usually we see more economic openers here, but Gumiho is playing things a little bit differently, a little bit safer. Pylon does block off the Reaper Cliff. Reactor on the way. This is a pretty big delay on the CC. But Gumiho should soon be expanding. We're setting our first marine across the map. Oh, just a scout for proxies. As we get onto low ground, we are expanding. But I'm quite curious to see how Gumiho pieces this all together. So we go for the adults of not going for Reacted Reaper. Okay. Interesting. Go for the adults off instead. Go for Reacted Hellion. And we'll see if this leads into a starport, into a Hellion drop. We'll lean towards that. First Zealot has arrived. Chasing down that Marine. Meanwhile, behind this, we do have a Twilight Council. Okay, it is going to be a Blink-based opener. I mean, there's a chance that it's charge. Oh, as the Stalker has arrived, we focus down the SCV already delaying the CC. Cyclones are on the way. Yeah, the Hellions, they can't quite engage. They do go for a counterattack. Gumiho, his CC was already late and now even more delayed. Boys are being pulled. Forced to repair. Cyclones are about to spawn in. Same time, Hellions going for a big counterattack. Headed across the map. Going for the mineral line. Blink is on the way. So not going for something crazy like DTs or charge. Probes are being knocked down. Cyclones do survive. Just a really shaky start here. Just a really messy start in general. Getting 4 probes. Not bad. Oh, can we get one more? We can. 5, 6 probes go down. Very worthwhile here for Gumiho. On top of that, Gumiho confirms. He gets eyes on the tech structure of choice. He does spot the upgrading Twilight Council. He's aware. Robo's on the way. And Gumiho is responding with a 1-1-1. And should be prioritizing tank production. There we go. With the tech lab, tanks are on the way. Tanks are ideal against blink heavy compositions. Or blink openers. And I'm curious how many gateways we see. Like, I'm leaning towards something more passive or more defensive, like 2-gate blink or 3-gate blink into a third. But it's hero we're talking about. Like, he always wants to be in his opponent's face as quickly as possible. So we'll see. We'll see how it all comes together. Bunker on the low ground. Tank is amassing. Blink about to finish up. Still only 1 gate, by the way. That's what I'm most curious about. 1 gate blink. That's not something you ever see. Wait, what? Wait, what? 1 gate blink into a bay, into Colossus production. Into a third? Off of 1 gateway? This feels illegal. This is crazy. Okay. I mean, it's been a really shaky start. Because of the early game, like, Gumiho, he's stuck defending, right? Like, he scouted the tech earlier, so he's defending against Blink Stalkers. He's building up tanks. His CC was delayed, so he's turtling up back at home. Hero now going for his 2nd gateway. But this is, yes, so bold of him. He has high ground vision, blinking into the natural. Can attempt to. Yeah, doesn't go for it. Pulls back. First Colossus on the way. Elliot diving into the natural, catching a probe. Nothing major. But Gumiho does confirm that there's still no 3rd base, and we should be seeing one soon. Yeah, there we go. 3rd now on the way. But this was a wild start. Hero dipping into the natural. Trying to pick off an SCV if at all possible. Ah, never mind. Hero forced out. But yeah, this is interesting. So we have the blink opener, and it did force a reaction, right? It forced out a bunch of tanks. We scan into the bases. Very important scan here. We confirm that Colossus production is already underway. We already have 1 Colossus at least. So Gumiho is now knows what's been going on. I'm sure he was wondering, where's the 3rd base? Why is it so late? Now he understands. Ooh, we've been catching another observer. Nicely done by Gumiho. Back at home, 3rd CC's on the way. Raven should be able to get out. Oh, it's going to be close. Just barely get back home. And the game will settle from here. We're going to calm things down. Hero has kind of some catching up to do. The Forge is a little bit late, so we're getting into our Forge, getting into our 3-base economy. Macroing up. Hero kind of down in economy at the moment. Likewise, Gumiho also working in his own 3rd. Looks like he's going to be expanding on the left-hand side. The question becomes, is Gumiho going to push? As we have Stim. Stim is finishing up. We have the combat shields, 1-1. It's all on the horizon here. This is a strong timing for Gumiho, and his move out is spotted by the Stalker. So nice positioning by Hero. Does spot the army. He rotates over towards his natural. He has 3 Colossus in position. And here comes Gumiho. The other side of the wall. Takes down a pylon. Can drop over. Hero is ready. Hero doesn't want to push into this. He wants to fight out of range of the tanks. So you have to be careful. Doesn't want to get baited in. At the same time, going for a big counterattack. Back at home, there is a bunker, but no tanks. And Gumiho pulls back. Okay, never mind. Catches the pylon and then does race back home. Just really safe play here by Gumiho. If there was a gateway or any tech here, it would have gone down. Thankfully, only the pylon. Settling in. The Immortals on the way for Hero. Scan reveals the saturation at the 3rd, but also the lack of gases for the time being. As Hero is staying on a lower gas count, taking a 4th base. Means Hero is playing with a more gateway-heavy, gateway-centric composition. He's not going for like a 2nd robo into disruptors. We can see it's going to be into charge and storm. Mainly charge lots and storm. Colossus, of course. Hero just building up. Gumiho establishing his 3rd. And Gumiho, when it comes to his 4th base, he can even just take the center hybrid base. Like, we can just expand towards our opponent. It's typically how Terrans do expand here on Amphion. As Hero has not mined through these minerals or broken down these rocks. So he won't be able to really get off any Zealot run-bys. Not easily. So Gumiho is finally pushing out. Moving out on the right-hand side. Is spotted by the Zealots. Hero does confirm. Hero's ready for this. Storm finishing up in 3 seconds. Tanks do siege. Big disables here on the Colossus, but Hero backs off. Yeah, the disable's a little bit too preemptive there, a little bit too soon from Gumiho. Hero rotates around and Gumiho has to get the hell out of here. Ooh, we snipe a tank. Oh! Yeah, barely. Tank goes down, Storm going off in the bio. And we can keep pushing. Gumiho, he gets caught out. Every tank gonna be going down. Yeah, the tanks do fall. We have another Storm. Barely not. But that was not the fight that Gumiho wanted. Does have to race back. The mine shot. Oh! Mine shot gets baited out. And falling back, there is 0 tanks on the high ground. There's 1 bunker a little bit further back. We have Ghost for EMP. The Raven does have some energy, has a disable. But Gumiho is in trouble. And Hero is looking to commit. He's warping in as much as he can. Decent EMP on the Colossus, but there's only 2 Vikings. Yeah, not enough in the air. We disable the Prism. Interesting choice. We'll deny any more warp-ins. But the disable is about to run out. And here we go, warping it right into the natural. And Hero is snowballing out of control again. It was an insane fight he took earlier in the center of the map. Vikings are coming in, but there's still only 2 Vikings. The juggling coming in. The Vikings get shut down, and Hero is overwhelming. GG gets called. Hero takes the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Hero. Again, it was a very tense moment for both players. I do think that Gumiho was doing a good job at successfully expanding, taking his 3rd. He could have taken a 4th base as well. It was just really rough getting caught in the center of the map. We saw that Gumiho was initially being the aggressor. He was being active, but he didn't, like, the positioning wasn't too good, so which is why Gumiho backed off. He wasted his disables early on, if you remember. So the disables, they were wasted, they ran out, and then Hero went for the dive. Gumiho was trying to escape, he was trying to get out of there. He was forced to siege, and it was just a really awkward position, and yeah, Gumiho lost almost everything there in the center of the map, and things very quickly escalated out of control. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Hero advances on, which means we have our grand finals. If you missed out earlier, we covered the other semifinals between Dark and Bjorn, which means there can be only one thing. Up next, a best of 5 between Hero and Dark. Let's go. Let us go. And again, Hero and Dark, they face off very often in these online tournaments, whether it's KSL, whether it's Kung Fu Cup, whether it's ESL Open Cup Asia, ESL Open Cup Americas. Hero and Dark, they very frequently do face off against each other, and it's always a lot of fun. It's always a lot of good fun here between these two. There's a lot of mind games, a lot of metagaming going on between them because they are so familiar with each other. They were teammates for a long time as well. And what I will say is that historically, especially in KSL, it's Hero's tournament. Out of all players that compete in KSL, Hero has the most wins. He's like the KSL champion. But every now and then, Dark can take it to him. You know, a Cure, a Bjorn, a Classic. You know, there are sometimes some challengers that can bring Hero down. But again, I want to give the edge to Hero coming into this. Can Dark bring down the king of KSL? I want to believe. I want to believe here. I'm hoping for a full series. It's always a treat casting these two face off against each other. What I will say ahead of time as well is don't expect a standards EVP. It's never a standard. Whenever these two face off, it's wild, it's chaotic. We have like Lin Queen Nidus all in, you know, German taxis, you know, just straight up walks across the map with just aggression. Likewise, we have Glaive Adepts, we have 3 base all-ins out of Hero, 3 base AK Blink all-ins. Just a lot of aggression. Mass Oracle, Sky Toss. We see it all. I'm ready for it. Let's go. As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 5. Best of 5 between these two. Game 1, Site Delta. We're loading in. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, the best Zerg player in all of South Korea, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Unless it comes to a draw, then it won't end. True, random. And not wrong. Our Protoss pros are allergic to observers. I see often where there are none with the army. If you remember, Hero did have observers. If you're referring to the last game that we just saw, Hero had observers and they got sniped. If you remember, it was he got 2 observers sniped by the Raven of Gumiho. There was one that was at the natural base that got sniped, and there was another that was out in the middle of the map that got sniped. So Hero did have observers at some point. He lost a lot of them. He lost a lot of them in that last game. To the Raven of Gumiho. But yeah, map vision going to be crucial here, of course, in that matchup. Meanwhile, Dark, interesting, going for a hatch pool gas opener here. Slightly faster spawning pool than normal. Meanwhile, back across the map, Hero going for a gate expand into Cybercore. Overall, relatively standard openers. Again, just a slight deviation with the timing, but nothing too serious here for Dark, as we are settling into game 1. Hero versus Dark in the KSL Finals. Never seen this matchup before. It happens quite often, happens quite frequently, but it's always a treat. Always. Oh. So we are going to be settling in. Yet to determine our take of choice. I mean, side Delta, I'm happy to be here once again. We've been seeing a lot of the other maps, actually. Throughout this entire tournament, we've been seeing a lot of Post-Youth, Dynasty, Amphion as well. I'm used to those maps being vetoed, so it's a pleasant surprise to finally load into side Delta after quite some time. One of the more standard maps in the map pool, one of the more common maps that we barely got today. I think we got like Alcyone once, maybe twice. Crazy. That's Korean StarCraft for you. That's no fear, Bobby, no fear. So now the probe is being sent back across the map. Doesn't delay the third base. Third soon to be taken. And we have our take of choice going to be the Stargate opener for Hero. Stargate most likely into Oracle. I say most likely, it is not unheard of to go Void Ray first, to hunt down Overlords to keep the Zerg player in the dark. And again, it's all about trying to outmaneuver your opponent when it comes to your build. In PvZ, there's a lot of second guessing, a lot of misleading information at times, especially between these two, specifically, between Hero and Dark. Oracle is on the way. And interesting, we're going for a Stalker follow-up, so the goal here is to shut down the Overlord, but the Overlord is wise to this, and Dark does head to the dead space. If Dark had kept it here at the pillar, it would have died. It would have gone down to the Stalker. See, Hero now revealing himself. Adept moving out. Overlord does get away, and the Oracle is moving out. Soon to move out across the map. Really passive play, actually. Interesting. So, a couple of different things here. One, because Hero went for the Stalker follow-up, we don't have the initial double Adept timing. Likewise, we have not gone across the map with even the first Adept. So, really safe play out of Hero. This is something that we typically don't see in PvZ. Usually, Protoss players, there's a lot of pressure on them to be active early on with their Adept, with their Oracle, to get across the map, to pressure bases, and to scout as well. But Hero even staying back at home with his 2 Oracles. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit in shock. I mean, we're just playing very, very passively. Now we're moving out as we built up towards 4 Adepts. And we are waiting for that 3rd Oracle. There we go, we pull the trigger. Moving out across the map. Back at home, Dark has a handful of Lings. Queens are keeping up. We have 10 more Lings in production. We should be able to keep up. Yeah, Lings, they spawn in just in time. Hero does pull back. Behind this, we have our standard transition. We have a Twilight Council on a Forge. This should be +1 in Blink. Hero dipping between the bases. And Hero, oh, the Spore was uprooted. Yeah, Spore was out of position. 2 drones going down. We get barely not a 3rd. 2 workers for the time being. We rally the 3rd Oracle in. And we get 2 more. Just barely 4 drone kills at the same time. A massive Link counterattack, but we have an Stack at home. And we're in position. We should be okay. We did pick off a couple of Adepts, but we don't really threaten the 3rd base. More Lings are rallying. Baneling Nest on the way here for Dark. Oh my god. Very fast Baneling Nest. We're massing more Lings. We're going for a Bane Bust. Dark, he's not droning. We'll keep an eye on the production tab for the time being. His cut workers at 46. No additional gases, no Lair, no Roach Warren, no nothing, just pure Ling Bane. We spoke about how things get very chaotic between these two, and this is what I expect. just a lot of this. A lot of all-ins. So Dark going for the Ling Bane all-in. Adepts, they do get across the map. No Banelings yet. Baneling Nest is just now finishing, but Lings, they do hit the 3rd. Massive damage. Probes are going down. And FSA do shade into the natural base, but we have Lynx to defend. Do have Lynx. They look down the army. Across the map, we get out of hand. We get out of control. 10 probes going down. And we're not done. We still have 28 more Lynx on the way. And Hero should be aware. He just scattered. He just saw no lair, no gases. He didn't see the bathing nest, but, I mean, he saw a lot of nothing. Is warping in defensively. We have another Oracle on the way. I do like the 4th Oracle, but the 3rd base, I don't know if we can save it. Banelings are rolling in. Oh, the Oracles will zone them away. And nice target firing on the Banelings. Oh, they do not connect. Lings are being shut down. Hero is defending. Very nice cleanup here from Hero. Meanwhile, Dark is still massing Lings. Like, Dark has still not droned. He's still completely all in. That's a kill on the shield battery. Cancel on the other. Stalker's getting in position. 4th Oracle has arrived. And Mass Oracle is beautiful here because Oracles, they just chew through Lings and Banelings so well. Speaking of the Lings, they commit. And the Oracles, they activate their pulsar beams. We caught a good amount of Stalkers. Did catch some Stalkers. And now we drone. Oof. This is a rough position here for Dark. He has not done enough damage. He did not kill the 3rd base. It's up and running. It's saturated. Dark does come across the would-be proxy. Catches on these Stalkers. Big surround. 4 Stalkers go down. Very nice catch for Dark. Hero, he just wasted his blink. He's crazy. So many Stalkers falling here. Very nice trades. For our Zerg player, at the same time, we're rallying across the map as well. 6 more probes go down. Hero just a little bit too cavalier. Did overextend. Dark, he squeezes out a couple of workers, but still massing Lings. Still does mass Lings, going for the pylon. Gets another surround. Does catch a Stalker. Dark still rallying across the map. Looking for a surround. Does collapse on the Stalkers, forcing out the first blink. Now headed for the 3rd. Yeah, we do evacuate. Banelings, they do crash in. Oh, not finding too much though. Shield battery goes down. We catch a Stalker. 3 probes. Dark pulling back. Dark still massing Lings. Plus 2 melees on the way. The upgrades are getting insane. We're shutting down the pylon. This is still close. Like, if Hero moves out, I feel like we could crush his army. I mean, I say that. How many Oracles are we on? 5 Oracles. Oh my god. That's a lot of Oracles. And once again, Ling's just coming in from behind, pulling Hero's attention apart. 9 more probes go down. And the Lings, they flood into the main. The wall was not a wall. 14 probes fall. And once again, we hit the 3rd. We're just pulling Hero left and right. He cannot keep up. Workers going down in every base. We clean up the Lings in the main. 18 probes fell. And Dark did actually saturate. He droned up. He droned up to 55. Hydra Den's on the way. Dark now transitioning into Ling Hydra. Still with Mass Ling though. Still has a lot of Lings to work with. Really nice stutter stepping here out of Dark. Just forcing his way into the natural. Blink is on cooldown. We collapse on the Stalkers. Rough trades for Hero. So many Stalkers go down. Here come the Oracles. Or Lings that will split up. Banelings that won't ling in. Oh, would you react in time? Sold force field out of Hero. Does barely force field in time. Lings burrowing into the main. They are hidden. Oof, unburrowing, going for the main base once again, forcing out more revelations. Hero stuck at home, and as he's stuck at home, Dark, he drones up to 70. He's actually got an economy. This is a wild game. He's droned up back up to 70. He's got gases up and running. He's got his lair, of course. Upgrades on the way. Dark actually getting into a good position here. Needs a little bit of time for his upgrades to kick in. Does need a bit of time. But he is just taking a further lead. Lings once again into the main. You can see Dark being so annoying. Splitting up his Lings, forcing out 3 revelations. Likewise, another soul Ling here at the natural. Keeping Hero busy. Hydra range is done. Hydra speed is on the way. +1 range as well. 4 base saturation. We could do with extra gases, and there we go. Gases are being taken. Gases are now being taken. Hero, his upgrades are solid. We're working on +3 attack, which is insane. Cannons are now finished up as well. We have plenty of oracles to work with. Can we try to punish Dark? Can we get some economic damage done? Time being, the answer is no. Queen's in position. Hydras are amassing as well. Hero taking another base, and we're stuck with a Blink Stalker based army against Ling Hydra. We need something more. We need Storm, we need Archons, we need Colossus, we need some kind of splash damage, and we have none. I need to favor Dark here. I'm not saying that Hero can't defend against this. He can. It's just not going to be easy. As Dark is maxed out. 40 more Lings. Oh, Jesus. We are quite heavily reliant on Ling Bane, to be fair. Like, there's only a handful of Hydras. Dark's knocked down. Massive stasis on the Lings. Here we go. We are committing. There's a stasis behind this. Ooh, does get baited out. Not the best stasis. From here, rotating over towards the 4th base. Another massive stasis does trigger. Another massive stasis trap going off. The others are running out. Dark still up in army supply. Bailey's rolling in. We collapse here into those sentries. Going for the middle line. Sentries go down. Good connections. Another stasis trap connect. But Dark is still maxed out. He's collapsing finally on top of these Stalkers. Overcharge running out as well. Dark still refusing to let up. There's always a stasis. But not the connection we were looking for. And we are rolling in. And Bailey's into the Stalkers, but not enough Lings. Dark pulling back, catching some Oracles, finally. Some Oracles go down, and we're breaking on through. They're collapsing on top of the army. Oracles are focused down. And Hero, he's got almost nothing left. Is blinking well for himself, but the army is still falling. And we have 40 more Lings on the way. Dark, he just pulls back. He's just going to consolidate his army. Just building up once again. Hero has been holding for quite some time, but he lost all of his oracles, and GG gets called. The writing is on the wall, and Dark will take game number 1. After a wild game. GG. GG. The hell did we just watch? We saw a mass Ling Bane all in, which didn't quite kill Hero, but it did enough damage and did keep him busy. Dark was able to squeeze out a couple of drones here and there, got a lair up and running, got into Hydras, got up to 4 base saturation. Really impressive stuff there by Dark. Whew. To be able to pull that off. Initially, Hero held, if you remember. Initially, Hero did hold quite nicely, but Hero was a little bit too over-eager. If you remember, after the initial hold, Hero then counterattacked. He was trying to set up a proxy pylon, and because he was being so aggressive, he lost so many Stalkers. We saw, after the initial hold, Hero get caught out time and time again, blinking aggressively, and losing all of his Stalkers. It happened like 2 or 3 times in the aftermath of that defense. And it was in that moment that Dark was able to gain momentum again and turn things back in Dark's favor. Oh, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. And I expect that the aggression is going to continue here as we load into Ghost River. Let's go. Let's go. Catching up in the chat. I thought Dark didn't resign with DKG due to army conscription, but he hasn't stopped playing at all. As someone else is mentioning, Dark, he left DKZ at the very start of the year, like I want to say like January-ish, and after he left DKZ, he joined Talon Esports. So and I believe he did leave DKZ because it was uncertain when he would join the military, and we still don't know when. We have no idea. But here we go. We're diving in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. Dark did an interview about it? Yeah. There you go. But yeah, Dark did leave DKZ at the start of the year, but has since been supported by Talon Esports for IEM, for all these other events after that as well, such as DreamHack Dallas. I don't think we know exactly when he's joining the military. I think we just assume it's at some point this year, maybe towards the later half of this year, as we're halfway through. That would have to be. So we have to enjoy Dark while we can. You know, players like Hero, players like Beyond, they've already conducted their military service. Not Dark though. Dark's gonna have to go Maru as well. Maru, it's a little bit different because Maru is younger. Maru is one of the younger players, so he can put it off a little bit longer. But eventually we'll have to go to the military as well. Whew, as we're settling in. We are going to be settling in. So far, just going to be a gate expand. Gate expanded to Cybercore, standard opener here by Hero. Meanwhile, across the map, likewise, Dark going for a hatch gas pool. Whew. And again, we're loading into Ghost River, one of the smallest maps in the map pool. Very small map, very short rush distance. Does lead to a lot of aggression. I don't expect to see another Ling Bane all-in, as Dark did whip that out in the last game. I would expect to see something a little bit different, as Hero is going for a Stargate opener. Footajin with some cope in the chat. No, he doesn't have to go. If you win a world championship with Kree, you don't have to go to the army. Kappa. Yeah. But yeah, eventually you have to go as well. So for now, Hero does dip in. Huh. Catching a Ling. Do manage to catch a Ling, and we go for the drones as well. Quick spore trick out of Dark. Does preserve his workers. Hero pulling back. When it comes to this map as well, we should talk about how it's quite common here for heroes to go for 3-base all-ins himself. This is a very common map for an AK Blink all-in. Very common. So we'll keep our eye out on Hero. We'll keep an eye on Hero for that kind of build. We'll see if he rushes into Blink a little bit faster. We shall see. As for now, he's just keeping tabs on Dark. He's keeping tabs. Back at home is going to be expanding. Taking the 3rd base. Is taking his 3rd base. There's that Twilight Council we spoke about. No Forge yet, so we'll keep an eye on the Blink timing and what we do head into. We'll see how many gateways get thrown down as well for Hero. So we are threatening that shade. Fast Roach Warren on the way. Okay, so we're going to be meeting aggression with aggression. Dark rushing into a Roach Warren at around 4 minutes. Very early on. We don't expect Roaches this early, especially against a Stargate opener. Back across the map, gateways are being thrown down. Is this Glaives or Blink is what I'm curious about. I'm leaning towards Blink, but we'll see. See what Hero does embrace. Yep, there we go. Blink is on the way. And fast Blink like this can work very nicely here against Roach all-ins. Speaking of, We're sending it. Another stasis! Ooh, massive catch. The queens are caught out as we were walking across the map. 8 roaches are on the way. Dark is going for a massive roach queen all in. And Hero already slowing it down. Does slow it down. We do catch 5, 6, 7 drones here at the natural. Oh my god, and we're not done! We catch an 8th drone. 8 workers go down. Here we go, Dark rallying everything across the map. Let's go. Let us go. Things are rallying across. We have queens welding in. We have roaches as well. Oh. And we're going to be able to dive on top of this. Oh. Again, shield batteries are done. They do finish up in time. Overcharge is popped. But again, the shield battery is exposed. We can bring it down. I mean, Blink is still not quite done here. We're a couple of seconds away. The Stalkers are going down. Yeah, massive catch for Dark. Meanwhile, the Oracles, they were stuck across the map. We needed them back at him to defend. We needed those Oracles. Down to 4 Stalkers. We shut down the pylon. Queens are waddling forward. Now, bearing in mind that killing this third base is not good enough. Like, we need to do more than that. Here, he's getting ready at the natural. But it's bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. More than we should have. Now we're rotating around over towards the natural base. Over towards that natural. Cybercore under fire. We do catch a couple of drones. Ooh, oh my god. 7 workers going to be going down. 8 workers going to be going down. They're at the natural. Yes, we are looking to bust in. Lings spotting forward, Ravagers as well. Shield battery's running out of energy, but again, the overcharge does come into play once again. The vials. Yeah, Dark, I think he has enough. He has enough. There's no more shield batteries. He lost so many Stalkers earlier here on the right-hand side. We lost far too much. And Dark, he is breaking through. Again, very common to go for these Roach Queen all-ins on this map on Ghost River, and he's done it again. Hero, I thought he would have enough to defend, but again, he bled out too much at the third base. We have 1 Stalker left, 2 more Stalkers in the main, a couple more Stalkers warping in. But Dark is pushing through. We spoke earlier, like, killing the third base wasn't good enough, but he's broken the natural. Like, it's all good. We don't have to push into the main. We can. That's going to be a kill on the natural nexus, a kill at the third base as well. Stalkers are amassing, and we will hold on to the main, but we barely have an economy. We have a 1 base economy here. And from this moment, Dark, if he wanted to, he could drone. He does have the option to drone up. Does have the option. He's not though. He's still massing Lings. Of course we are. Still massing Lings. Pushing on forward. Yeah, Lings diving on the army. Well, we do try to force with the ramp, and there was some decent force fields, but we have the Ravagers. We can bust in nonetheless. Pushing on forward. And GG gets called. Dark takes a 2-0 lead. GG in a very fast series so far. I mean, game 1 was more back and forth. Here, again, Hero did scout the all-in coming ahead of time. I guess the biggest mistake there was Hero trying to hold on to the third. If you remember, that's where he bled out a lot of Stalkers. That was like, what, 6 Stalkers going down at the third base. With that, we just couldn't hold on. We just could not defend, could not hold on any longer from there. We did crumble in our defense. And with that, Dark is now 1 game away from becoming this week's KSL champion. Let's go. I mean, again, usually it's Hero. And we'll see if Hero can pull off a bit of a reverse sweep here. Again, Dark is 1 game away. Hero would have to win the next game and the one after that to force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. As we're loading in to Oceanborn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our next opponent. Well, we have our Protoss player up against the wall. He's up against the wall here. One more loss, and he'll be knocked out of the tournament. Representing Weibo Gaming, the pressure is on. He needs to bounce back. Here and now, he just supported the chat. It is a Hero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. The Blue Zerg representing Talon Esports. One game away from becoming our champion this week. It is Dark. Here we go. Dark going for a 15-15. It's going to be a 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool. This is a very safe opener here from Dark. Very safe opener. With this, we're going to be delaying our gases, but going for faster queens. That's the give and take here. We also managed to get our base on location without being disrupted by the probe. Is not going to be disrupted. As I'm catching up in the chat. If you cleared a world championship. So I just checked it up. I just checked it. If you get a gold medal in the Olympic Games, I think you are exempt. Maru doesn't have that. Yeah, it's not about winning a world championship. It's about that's specifically a rule about the Olympics. If you remember, there was an Asia Games and players did earn gold medals, but wasn't that was it me and Micah? Was it me? Like the Asia Games was like Southeast Asia countries. I remember I think Ranger got a bronze medal. But yeah, Maru didn't get a gold medal. I don't know what you're on about. Yeah. From my understanding, Maru still has to conduct his military service. If there's other information out there, then maybe that's not true. But I think even Maru's spoken about his military service. Like a world championship, yeah, doesn't mean anything. Like specifically, that rule is about the Olympics and gold medals, and I guess Asia Games. Yeah, flash over the military, yeah. It was me and Micah the gold medal, right? Asia Games, Wikipedia, StarCraft. Was it me or was it Ender? Is that the shading in? No prize pool for this event. Okay. I see. You made it from the C qualifier. Oh, as we have Glaive Adepts. Sorry, a little bit distracted looking into this. Time for CranKy Ducklings to add gold medals to the tournaments. True. That's all we need. That's all we need, Papi. Not wrong. But yeah, so here we go. We have Hero going to be mixing things up a little bit. Okay. Now we can focus on our game. Now we can focus on our StarCraft. We're going to be settling in. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener. Going to be 4 Gate Glaive Adepts out of Hero. Going to be amassing Adepts, soon to be moving out across the map. And we'll see. We'll see how Dark does respond. For the time being, we should be seeing a Roach Warren. There we go. Roach Warren at the 4-minute mark. Very nicely timed Roach Warren out of Dark, just in time to defend against Glaives. But even though we have the tools to defend, it's all about the execution here. It's going to be about the execution for Hero. As the Adepts do shade in. So far, the Roach Warren is still not quite done. Do dive in ahead of time, going for the drone. First worker goes down, shaving off a good amount of lings. Drones are falling left and right, by the way. We do shade in back towards the natural. Again, this is hitting a little bit harder, a little bit faster. Fun fact, the robot was delayed, which is why we're hitting without the Warp Prism. So this does hit earlier than normal. But we only get 3 drones so far. So far, 3 worker kills. Hero backing up. Dark amassing roaches. We have safety spores on the way just in case. Just in case it is a DT variant. And Hero's expanding. Hero is expanding back at home. Not all in. Do dive on the army. Prism being sent out. So far, we do collapse you on top of those adepts. It's not bad. And the Lings are going to be able to keep up so far. Roach is likewise getting on top of the adepts. We did commit to the shade. Oh, and a lot of adepts are bleeding out. Ay, ay, ay. Shading into the natural, catching a couple of workers. 2, 3 drones going down, not bad target firing. Prism coming back in. And remember, Hero isn't all in. He is transitioning out of this. He is amassing immortals for a counterattack. And he has killed how many? 7 drones so far. Not quite enough. We were hoping for more damage. I mean, I say that. Dark is now redroning, resaturating. Still delayed mining time here at the natural. Sorry, at the third. And Dark is going for a counterattack. We do have plenty at home to defend. We are in position. The dust will settle. I mean, Hero didn't kill that many workers, but at the same time, we did force out a lot of Lings, a lot of Roaches. The drone count is still very low for Dark, and likewise, the lair is only halfway done. Dark doesn't really have much pushing power is the problem. It's gonna be stuck at home, and Hero's pushing. Oh my god. I actually really like this. I mean, Dark, he's in the middle of droning. Dark in the midst of droning, Hero pushing in with Immortals and Glaive Adepts. Is moving out. Do push out across the map. We have a wall of Queens to defend. We have Transfuse. But the Immortals doing so much in the back line. The Adepts, they do commit to the shade. They bust into the natural. Immortals left behind. More reinforcements on the way. And the Immortals, they hold their own. We have a third Immortal coming in. Yeah, just catching Dark as he was droning. GG gets called, and Hero is going to be fighting back. Does put a point on the board. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Whew. We have a series. It's been a really short series, actually. Like, it's just been hyper-aggressive plays, which is what we expect with between these two. Time and time again. Again, Hero, he did catch Dark a little bit off guard early on. I did miss it. But again, we did delay our robo, so we were able to hit a little bit earlier, a little bit faster there for Hero. Able to get across the map, got a couple of workers, and again, with that secondary all-in, or that second push, Dark was in the middle of droning. He wasn't ready for an Immortal move out, as usually the Protoss player defends. Usually the Protoss player, they just give the Zerg player breathing room, they defend back at home, and the Zerg is allowed to drone. It's not the case here. Not this time. Not this time, as we are getting into game number 4. Here we go. Yeah, they said on Reddit and Team Liquid. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's people speculating, but that isn't Maru saying it himself. I mean, it could be true, right? Like, maybe it's true. Maybe because of the Asia Games event, maybe Maru doesn't need to do military service. It would be a fun thing to ask him. It would be a fun thing to ask. As we are settling in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. Does put a point on the board, is fighting back in this series. One more and he can force the ace match. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Here we go. There we go. As for the time being, we are settling in. Dark this time going for a standard hatch first. He's setting up for a hatch gas pool. And we'll keep an eye on here a little bit more this time. Again, last game we saw a variation of Glaive Adept, which did hit a little bit earlier. And was able to catch Dark off guard in the follow-up as well. Now we're settling into Alkyone. It is not uncommon for Dark to rush into this gold, but alas, he's taken the standard natural for the time being. No gold base yet. Not this time. now we have our gate into Cybercore, just settling into our builds. You see Hero checking the gold. It's not his first time playing against Dark, Bobby. He checks his gold base first, and then he checks Dark's gold base as well. Again, it's very common for Dark to take it. We can see it's not the case this time, and Hero confirms as well. Okay. Can go back home, settle into a standard game. Now, game 1, we had Dark going for a Ling Bane all-in. Game 2 was Dark going for a Roach Queen all-in. Game 3 was Hero committing with Glaive Adepts. What haven't we seen yet? Now, we haven't seen a Ling Queen Nidus all-in. True. We haven't seen Nidus play yet. We haven't seen Mass Oracle or a charge-based all-in from the side of Protoss. What are we getting this time? What are we getting this time? As Dark does take a third. Spending back at home, taking a third base. Is getting a third base as we have our Stargate open, and this should be for the Oracle here. I mean, we could go Void Ray. We'll keep an eye on Hero, as the Stalker's being quite adventurous, moving out across the map, going for the Overlord. We'll shut down the Lings, and the Overlord will escape. We'll get onto the pillar, onto the high ground. Back at home, we do have our Oracle being sent out. Not a Void Ray. Okay. We are going to be calming things down. Oracle in production, Ling gets shut down. Dark in the dark, but is building up his queens. We have 2 queens in the natural, soon to be 2 queens in the main. Plenty of droning going on as well. So far, we're playing pretty normally, pretty standard. We're taking a third. We're expanding. Third base is on the way. Oracles for the time being being very careful, actually. Very secure, staying back at home. Very careful play at a Hero. Adepts are threatening a shade. Things are keeping up. Spores are finishing. And it looks like Hero won't move out until he gets his second Oracle. Now we're pushing. Go 2 Oracles towards that third base. Once again, that's a fast lair. That was a 4 minutes 18, 4 minutes 17 lair timing. Very early here for Dark. And this could be for a couple of different things. As Oracles do dip in. This could actually be for the Ling Queen Nidus all in. Up as we catch the Oracles. And 1 Oracle goes down, but we do get eyes on the lair. Big scout here for Hero. Does confirm. If you remember, a Ling Queen Nidus all in did kill Nightmare earlier today. Between Dark and Nightmare. Was able to whip that out. But this time the lair gets scouted. And Dark takes another hatchery. I'm curious if this is just for larva. I'm curious if Dark is going to transition out of the all-in, but he's still making Lings. Dark is still massing Lings, still making more Queens. Keeping up with the Adepts. No Roach Warren. We would have seen one by now. The Adepts are being shut down. And show us that Nidus Worm. And there it is! Yeah, there it is. Nidus Worm is on the way again. We would have seen a Roach Worm by now if it was anything else. Or gases, but only over 1 gas. Nidus Worm is on the way. It's going to be a Ling Queen Nidus all-in. We saw this earlier versus Nightmare. And Hero has a piece of the puzzle. Again, Hero saw the timing of the lair. That is the big tell. That is a big tell. As Lings there. No! The wall's to the wall! Lings, they're slipping in! The Stalker goes down. We bust into the main even before the Nidus comes in. We head into the main base. Stalker gets surrounded. Blink is not done. Nowhere close. Nidus behind the army outside of the third. Between third and natural. Lings are being cleaned up. But again, Dark is not done. Still just flooding across the map. And Queens have arrived, going for the surround. Stalkers, they get caught out before we actually go straight for the shield battery. Shield battery gets surrounded. Probes are shut down. So many workers go down as we continue to flood Lings across the map. Still Blink is halfway done. Nowhere near. No Blink, no side defense. The Oracles are out of energy. And the natural base, the wall, it's falling. The Queens are busting through. And Dark is still not droning. He's still just massing Lings. Just pure Ling party. Lings and Queens. Nidus into the main base. Hero does not have vision. Hero does spot it, but he's busy trying to defend, trying to hold on to that natural base. Okay, was that falling? Queens, they dive into the Nidus and into the main. They rotate on over. Overcharge is pop, but now we're in the mineral line. Hero is down to one base mining. Nothing here at the third. Nothing in the main. And, I mean, even if Hero forces this back, even if he defends from here, Dark is on 4 hatcheries. Like, he just droned. He can just drone up. As another Nidus does finish. Third base has fallen. Main base as well. Hero knocked down to 1 Nexus. And didn't even get Blink. Okay, he does that Blink, does that +1. Blink setting up for us around. Yeah, they're coming from behind. They force out the Blink. We have 1 gateway left. We can warp in 1 Stalker at a time. And GG gets called. It's just too much, and Dark will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's KSL champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Dark, as he'll take the series 3-1. Again, a very, very chaotic series. Just hyper aggression, no standard games whatsoever, no mid game, no late game. Just chaos between Hero and Dark. That's how it usually is, whether it's Dark going for the all-in or whether it's Hero going for his own all-in as well. Again, Hero was able to at least take a game and make a series out of this over earlier, when he did open up Glaive Adept into his second wave, into his Immortal push, which did catch Dark off guard. But yeah, Hero had a bit of a harder time in these other matches, in these other games. I was a little bit surprised, especially on Ghost River. Like, Ghost River, it felt like Hero had the tools to defend. Hero had fast Blink, much faster than this game. Hero also scattered the all-in and delayed the all-in. But I do think that Hero's biggest mistake on Ghost River was trying to defend the third. I don't think we needed to try to defend the third base on Ghost River. I think would have been wiser to just pull back. Here it did seem, in game number 4, it did seem like Hero was maybe not, he just wasn't fully aware of how aggressive Dark was going to be. It was also such a shame that the wall was open, right? Like, the all-in started in a brutal fashion for Hero, with the wall being wide open. Lings, they flooded in, which allowed the Nidus storm to complete, as Hero was busy with the Lings, so he could not deny the Nidus. That was the beginning of the end. The beginning of the end. GG. Congratulations to Dark, as he is our champion. And Hero will take second place instead, which again, Hero is usually our champion in KSL, so in the end we do see Dark able to surpass that, able to take that win away from Hero. Congratulations. And a shout out to all the other competitors we had today. Again, some really fun matches. We had Gumiho, we had Björn, we had Classic, we had Nightmare, we had Trap as well, and Ryung. A lot of good matches, a lot of good games. GG. GG, well played. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and I hope you're ready for the weekend. Again, over the weekend, we're going to be hosting, we're going to be helping to host a big NA event, the SE2 Safe House. SE2 Safe House is going to be over the weekend, I believe over Saturday and Sunday, and we're going to be casting day 1. Day 1 is going to be here on the CranKy Ducklings. We're going to be a B stream, going to be a side stream to the main stream that's going to be held by Zombie Grub and Nathanius and Chicken Man and Steadfast, I think Steadfast as well. A bunch of Fear Dragon, of course, can't forget Ravi, but a bunch of the NA casters are going to be hosting an event in Vegas. And I don't really know what to expect. I'll be honest, it sounds interesting. They have like a bunch of stretch goals, and I think they're gonna do like a bunch of like drinking games and all this stuff. They're gonna have some fun. They're gonna be hosting their events, and likewise, we're gonna help cast some StarCraft. Who's gonna be there? I believe Dolan is gonna be there. Estrella, I think Vindicta, Cham, Eggs, and I want to say Disc. I think Disc is there as well. Let me just double check. Wikipedia. I'll just get the list of players. So Australia Disc Trigger. How could I forget Trigger? Of course, Trigger, Dolan, Epic Vindicta, Cham, and Eggs. 8 players, 2 Zergs, 3 Terrans, and 3 Protoss players going to be duking it out in the round robin stage of the Safe House. We are going to be a side stream for the group stage, so we're going to be casting, I believe, just for day 1. Just for day 1. So we're going to help with that on the weekend. Likewise, we also have WTL, World Team League is over the weekend, but tomorrow we won't be casting day 1 of World Team League. I would love to, don't get me wrong, I'd love to, but we have something else. OC King of the Hill. OC King of the Hill is tomorrow, which means we're going to be catching up with World Team League. We're most likely going to be pushing WTL day 1 and casting it next week, sometime next week. Most likely in the lead up to Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup is next week as well. A lot of StarCraft. So we won't be casting WTL tomorrow. It's going to be OSC King of the Hill instead, but we will be casting WTL on Saturday and Sunday. We also have Sea Duckling Open. We also have Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft over the weekend. Be a part of it. Be a part of it. Let's go. Home Story Cup is next week. God, time flies. I know, right? It's crazy. It's so soon, right after DreamHack Dallas. So it's SC2 Safe House this weekend, and then Home Story Cup next weekend. So, yeah, gonna be a lot of good fun. Gonna be a lot of good fun. Otherwise, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. And as a reminder, our next broadcast is tomorrow and is going to be OSC King of the Hill. It's going to be in actually like 24 hours. In 24 hours time here on this channel, we're going to be live with some StarCraft. So do look forward to it. It's going to be amazing, I'm sure. Otherwise, who's streaming right now? Who is streaming? I see Lando is streaming. I see Senor Sadsak as well. Has Neuro been doing like sleeping streams? God damn it, Neuro. What are you doing? The Neuro. Who else is live right now? Oh, apparently it's Sadsak's birthday. Okay, sure. We'll give it to Sadsak. We'll give it to Mr. Sadsak. So I wish him a happy birthday again. He's a great player, great streamer, is live quite often. I'm jealous. I haven't streamed in so long. I want to stream, Papi. I want to stream. Maybe next week. Maybe next week. Oh. But with that, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. ! Socials in the chat. If you want to support this tournament, ! KSL. KSL in the chat. You can check out the Patreon for the Korean StarCraft League. If you want to support it, you can do so via Patreon. You can gain benefits. You can gain replay packs, Discord roles, and you can even cast the event live yourself with certain roles as well. So yeah, we got you covered with the Patreon. Otherwise, I'll see you guys next time. Do a sleeping stream like Nero. You're an animal, Papi. You're an animal. Stay away. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao, Papi. Ciao. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.